Happy International Rug Hooking Day, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Whew, bit of a marathon. Today is besides being International Rug Hooking Day, it's our day. The kids have off school for this mysterious teacher development day. What is that? Oh God, I was just running kids around so there were kids at the right houses and in the right places with the right food and all of that stuff. Mm. Maggie, I see you on there. Good to see you. Let me scroll to the top and see all my buddies. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I had to just do some crazy running around. Crazy running around. There were so many things I wanted to do before I sat down, too. But we're going to be together for a good long time today. So I think I'll get them all done. Let me just say, Karen, happy International Rug Cooking Day from Black Forest, Colorado. And Donna, hello from TOW, Texas. From TOW, Texas. TOW, Texas. TOW. Top of the world. Top of... Huh. I'm going to come back to that when my brain clicks over. Francesca, great to see you. Happy International Rug Cooking Day. You are very new to the craft. Well, super extra welcome. If you haven't started projects yet, maybe you have started projects yet, I'm going to start from scratch today. I'm going to go right through the whole project. So that'll be good information. You know, I have so many thoughts about whether I should, let's finish doing greetings, and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking of. Because since we are going to be together for a while today, keeping each other company, I was thinking I might crochet the border of it. Let's think on that for just a second. Donna, you're going to love it. Am I from toe to? Oh, I feel like I'm missing something with that. Oh, you're going to love the craft. You're telling Francesca you're going to love the craft. Yes, Francesca, you are going to love the craft. It's basically making tapestries with a needle in your hand. You probably have started and you already know that part. But man, it is just endless, infinite variety and so much fun. Karen says, welcome, Francesca. Becky, great to see you. Thank you for your message, by the way. I still have to write back. Good afternoon. Just getting all settled with a pumpkin latte. Me too. I'm getting settled with the mushroom coffee. I wanted to stop at Dunkin' Donuts and get a really big coffee, but I couldn't because I got tied up with time and then traffic stuff and getting behind the what is it? The garbage truck is even worse than getting behind the school bus. It really, really pushes my buttons. I know it must be done and all that, but man, it's just incredible. April, great to see you in Illinois. Very excited to learn something new. Great. Well, maybe you are a total beginner. That'll be fun. Anita, great to see you in London, Ontario. Happy International Rug Cooking Day to you too. Lisa, great to see you. You're working today, but watching as you can. I think you must, right? Right. You are such a big hooker. And Deborah, great to see you in Michigan. Only been hooking a few weeks. Looking forward to this. Fantastic. You're gonna be surprised at how well we do, how far we get, the speed we can get, right? Which it's not about speed. It's about being pleased with what you're doing and enjoying what you're doing. That's the number one thing. Speed is just a bonus because you just do more projects more quickly, and it's like everything else in life, isn't it? You don't mean to be, but you live on the weird bridge of, well, I'm doing this now, but I'm really looking forward to that. We're really looking forward to like putting up the tree, but then we're looking forward to Christmas, and then we're looking forward to New Year's, and then it's just the nature of things. I'm always looking forward to the next project while I'm starting the one before it. Linda, great to see you. I knew what you meant. International Rug Cooking Day. Catherine, great to see you in sunny and cool Missouri. We are all logged on and ready to go, aren't we? This is going to be a good group. Let's see. I'm just scrolling down. Dawn, great to see you. You punch needlers, always welcome, of course. But you're here to learn rug cooking. Okay, great. Great. Maggie, great to see you, my love. Thanks for all the welcomes. Ryan, happy Monday in sunny North Texas. Oh, and NOT. Oh no, just thinking about that acronym again. Hope you all have a fabulous week. You too, Ryan. Great to see you. Ryan is a great puncher as well. Oh, I want to remind you all before I forget, Thursday night is gallery night. And I've been getting a lot of submissions. But if you have more to send in, send some more in. By all means, send yours in. Whatever you're working on, or even an idea or a thought. Oh, I want to work on something with, I don't know, butterflies or whatever, lunar calendar or Chinese zodiac dragon for 2024, whatever you're thinking about working on. Oh, I want to work on that. Does anybody know any good patterns or have some ideas? Or we can talk about ideas too on gallery night. We don't have to just look at stuff. We can always have a mix of stuff, or you can always show a picture of something that you're working on, and if it's a bit of a struggle or it's going uphill, you know, like it's tough, we can talk about that too. It's always fun to solve problems together on gallery night. Let's see, like cow, but Tau. Tau! Oh, it's the name! Tau! I was thinking it was an acronym. Got it. Thank you for saying like cow too, because that's easier to pronounce. Jane in Wales, good to see you. Darlene, great to see you in Brantford, Ontario. Welcome. Marcia, great to see you. Hi from Marcy in cloudy Cleveland, Ohio. Oh dear, cloudy here too. So we're in good company, I think. And Kim, you're logging on in Australia. Great to see you. Happy International Rug Hooking Day. And Barbara, it's Happy Hooking Day. It is great to see you. Denise, great to see you in Belchertown, Massachusetts. And Dave in Toronto. You've got your tea and your butter tarts. Man, you live the high life over there. You have the nummiest food. Jane says, I'm gonna go off something and do some crochet. I have a couple of toys. Yes, you do. I know what you're working on. It's all fun stuff. I'm going to stay on target with our rug hooking. So let me get settled. Let's get acclimated because I'm starting a project and I plan to finish the project, at least 90% of it, while we sit here together. I'm going to need some sustenance, man. All right, so what we're doing today, oh, I have to draw my things on. I didn't draw my things on yet. I'll do that with you. We are doing the Magdalena evergreen pattern for our hook-along. And whether or not you are doing this pattern with me, whether you have the pattern, the kit, all of that stuff doesn't matter, right? This is recorded. This is always there for you. You can always look later. This pattern will be available later. I forgot to put the balls on the trees. This one is mine, so I'm not very fancy with mine. I can do it later as we go along. But yeah, I've got mine already here, and it doesn't matter what you're working on, whatever project you've got going, or if you're just watching to get some information, get some tips. Those will all be forthcoming as I start with the hooking of this. I'm hooking this, not punching it, and this is based on this Magdalena Bryan E.B. famous tree that she did that looked more like this. But when I turned it the other way around, it looks more like an evergreen. So I thought it was quite good for this time of year. Really love this pattern. Let me get up. I'm just going to get up really quick and grab a Sharpie. And one other thing to show, and I'm going to try not to knock into the table. We've got or the light. We've got a fancy set going on, man. I'll tell you. All right. I'm with you right here. Hang on. Found a Sharpie. And found the other thing I was looking for. Holy mackerel. That never happens. All right. Oh, I had a lot of stuff going on over here. There's like a set table over there for some videos. There's a set table over here for a video I started yesterday that probably go live tomorrow. Oh, there's a lot going on. So I brought over, now let's see how I want to do this. How do I want to do this? You know, I'm thinking what I might do. You know what I might do? I might move you. Sorry. I'm just going to get situated because we're in it to win it today. So since we're doing long haul, I'm going to move you back here. You're not going to feel a thing, and I will still be able to see you, but I'm going to put you on a different surface. And that means I can get the camera a little bit closer to me. There we go. So that'll be all the same for you, I think. Wendy, great to see you. Oh, thank you. I love this chair. I got it in it was garbage somewhere on the side of the road, I think. I love this chair. Oh, Kim, you said finally the time works and I can be part of the live. Oh, I'm so glad. It's sunny and warm there in Australia, but because you're Canadian, you always miss the snow at Christmas. Oh, I bet. I love the cold and the snow when it's the right time of year for it. Which it is. So we'll see if we can share some with you. That probably never leaves. And Cat's Gallery, great to see you today. I can't hook until Wednesday. Oh, well, you can watch and keep us company, right? That'll be fun. That'll be something. And Wendy, great to see you. Thank you. You both like the chair. That's funny. This is my old chair that I used to sit in all the time until I moved to the mantle. So I'm creaking away in it, back in the chair tonight. It has wheels on it too, which is quite nice. Kathy, great to see you. Cold and damp in New Hampshire. Oh, thanks. The reason I haven't, I normally color it at the roots, but I'm not because I think I'm going to turn it navy. Why not? You know, the kids love it when I do crazy hair stuff, and I love it too. It's something different. So I thought, let it go. I'll probably do that tonight. I'm going to bring you down here with me for a second and show you nothing too exciting, but you can see I've got my pattern here, and I forgot to put the balls on it, right? That it's part of the pattern. And, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know. I'm still thinking about whether I want to do some of these buttons. And we talked a little bit about, when I introduced this pattern a while back, we talked a little bit about different ways that you could handle the balls on the trees. And by the way, I'm just using a regular Sharpie. And you can always do this to your patterns. You can always just take out a Sharpie and go for it. Why not, right? Like, seriously, why not? It makes perfect sense to alter your patterns to be exactly what you want. And it doesn't matter if they're commercial patterns. If it should be whatever you're spending time on, time and money, and time is money, make sure that it's exactly the way that you want it, right? Nobody should ever be insulted that you alter a commercial pattern to suit you. So there we go, all of the balls on there. We talked a little bit when I introduced this pattern about how it would be possible, it would be a great pattern for putting quillies into the little holes, or, which is like standing wool, like a little cinnamon cake, right? The little quillies that we make. You could. I won't do that today because I don't have quillies ready, but you might want to. Or pennies, like a penny rug, right? Little circles within circles of wool. Or buttons, which is one of the things I was really considering. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm going to see when we get there how I feel about it. So in the meantime, I'm going to get myself stretched really tight over, you know, I'm going to think about where I want to start with this pattern. And this is kind of a conversation that we always have. It's a good conversation to have with beginners. Where do I start? So, sorry to be gross. I just need sustenance. You know, some people are the puzzle makers of the world and they want to do the border first. And if that's you, honor it, right? If the force is strong in you, honor it, do the border first. A lot of people like to start from the center and go out. Again, if that's you, go for it. Absolutely, whatever you want, go for it. If that's your fave, do it. Some people like to do the background first. Some people like to do whatever their favorite color is. Ooh, I like this color the most. Let me do that one the most. Whatever you want. It's not like needlepoint. It doesn't have an order, right? You do it as you want to do it. Whatever makes sense to your mind, do it, right? It's not like, you know, when you do needlepoint, it comes out twisted like this. If you don't do it correctly, it doesn't sit correctly. Well, this craft isn't like that. That's another great luxury to the craft. You do it how you want to do it. And yeah. That's the only sort of guideline you should follow is what you're feeling. So, you know, I think I'm going to start in the middle for the moment. I'm not sure what I'm going to start with, but I'm getting stretched onto my frame. You know what I think I'll do is move some stuff around yet again. I can see that this is going to be a day of fooling around. Let's see. I want to be pretty much here with you for the moment anyway, because I feel like it'll be a little bit, I couldn't decide where to sit. There's so much crap on the floor to boot. Oh, there we go. So let's see. Here we go with Magdalena. Now, I have slightly different colors than you. I think we all have slightly different colors. There should be like a brown color that's for the stump. Mine is way darker than yours. I did a lot of dyeing for this. I did many days of dyeing because the kits kept selling out, which is fantastic. But it did mean that at the end, I didn't have any of the original colors for myself. So I just kind of matched as close as I could to your colors. And I made colors for myself that were pretty close, right? On average, I did, well, what do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 small amounts of different colors. And then I just threw a couple more just in case I get into trouble. The main thing with this pattern is the background, right? For the background, I've got the green. And this is pantyhose. So I want to be thoughtful about how I hook this. I want to hook this with you. I just realized I don't have my hook handy. I'm going to have to stand up and look for it. God, I'm not prepared for International Rug Cooking Day, am I? But this is going to be the background, all of these little guys here. This is just pantyhose in a couple different shades of green that I dyed, and I wanted to use it for the background. This is my favorite thing to hook with, either like this, like a little pot holder ring, or cut in half. It'll depend on what you like, what you think. I'll put this away for now and come back to you for a second while let me just calibrate my brain and think, okay, I'm going to need a needle. How did I not know that? I just left all my stuff at home. I have them here. Don't worry. I definitely have them here. Hold on one second. Oh, there's a bunch of hooks there. Let's look at those. I don't think any of these, no, these are not my, well, this one might be all right. Just looking at some of the older hooks I've got. This is one of them. That looks really small. That might work though. I don't even know where I got that one from. I've just got hooks sitting around. And then this one is bound to cause grief and aggravation. Although you never know, right? I was just talking about the bent hook with somebody this morning, Diane, who wrote and said, new to hooking, really likes that flat hook that I work with a lot. I love that hook too. I wish I would have remembered to bring it, duh. But yeah, I'm gonna try these. I might adventure around as we work too. I'm using the white for the background of the tree. Like I want it to look like a snowy tree. So the tree is going to be white. I'm not sure I gave myself enough white, but I can always go and look for some more white here because I'm sure that I will need to take breaks from time to time. Let me see if this hook works first and foremost. I'm gonna bring you right here, a little bit closer to me. There. So let's see. I want to be sure we've got a good angle. Well, I think we're good enough for this moment. Lisa, wow, that's great. Maureen, oh, Maureen said first hooking day. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic. Happy first hooking day. I can't believe there's so much garbage in the background. You just have to ignore the stupid floor. You can't imagine how quick we work around here. And oh, Jiminy Cricket. Maureen, happy first hooking day. This is a perfect time to get started, right? Let's see if this is going to work well for me. And if not, I'm going to get up and start cruising around for another hook. So this is just one that I got in a lot of other hooks. Now, if you're a beginner, right, a couple of things I've done so far that I haven't remarked on. I've got a frame with teeth under it. I have frames like this. I have frames that are the window pane frames. I'll grab one for you later that don't have the stand part on them. With the stand part, right, I can put it right on my lap, which is really nice. And I sit like this on the couch when I'm at home. It's nice to have something on the lap. But a lot of people like the window pane frames. And again, I'll show you those in a little while next time I start cruising around. You lean it up against something like the edge of a table or the arm of the couch or something, or you just hold it like this. But with this one, it already has the lap built into it. So it's kind of nice because it rests right on my lap. And with rug hooking, I've always got my non-dominant hand underneath the canvas. My dominant hand is up here doing this motion like this. This motion is sticking the hook in and pulling up a strip of wool or yarn or pantyhose or whatever I'm hooking with. So this hook is just like a dummy I'm like an automaton just going ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. But this hand under here, which has got to be my non-dominant hand, is the fancy hand that's doing the secret motions of handing a strip, right, and then twisting it and making sure that this little guy up here can just pull it up into a loop easily, right? You hope that these two guys work together in tandem pretty well, but sometimes it takes time, right? You can't expect a miracle right out of the gate. Sometimes it takes a while for your brain to say, okay, this hand, keep doing this hand, do this, right? It's like the rubbing the head in the belly thing, right? It's sometimes overthinking it is not a good thing, but it does work and it works well. And I'm going to come a little bit, let me come a little bit closer even. Let me bring you here actually. And I'm going to show you the first few loops that I make. And I don't have my teaching frame handy, but I can go get my teaching frame later if we want. I'm going to keep moving the camera because I'm going to keep moving. So I think I'm just going to take some white to start. And I'm going to come to the tree, and I'm just going to I'll just do the top, this little sort of kidney bean shaped part here first. And what I'm doing as a rug hooker is I'm putting my hook through the surface. My hand underneath is handing up the strip. See, I've got my strip. It's handing the strip up to the hook. And the idea is that the hook is going to reach down, it's going to catch the strip of wool or yarn, pull it up, and make a loop on top. So you've got to say to yourself, okay, hands, let's go. The hook goes down into the piece. You know, sorry, I'm being I'm being a fuss budget today for sure. I'm being a fuss budget. I'm going to move the table again because I feel like I know there's some people who are here for the first time and want to be sure that you can see what I'm doing. So, fuss budget it is. Let me just come ridiculously close, right? We're doing painful close-ups. And hang on. Don't let me make you seasick. I'm just squaring everything up. All right. Oh, Jay just ran out to the post office, and sometimes I need him to do stuff with strength, like screwing the thing tighter. All right, let's see. I think we're a little bit closer there. Makes me feel a little bit more secure about what you're seeing. So I am grabbing my wool, right? This is for beginners. I'm going to go at speed really quickly for those of you who have hooked always. And you know I have a lot of beginner videos up on YouTube, right? You know I have tons of videos on YouTube for beginners. I'm putting my hook through the backing, and my hand underneath, right here he is underneath, you see him scratching, is going to feed the tip of the strip to the hook. And the hook, I can feel it in the crook, right? This is what's happening underneath, right? I can feel it in the crook of the needle, and I pull up. And when we do the first loop of the strip, right? The first loop of the strip and the last loop of the strip, we'd leave the tail up. Okay, let's come back to that in a second. And then I go to the next logical hole, wrap underneath, pull up into a loop. And then I just keep going. And I just make loop after loop. I know it's, if you're a beginner, you're thinking too fast, but the point of today is to hook this whole piece. So I will be going fast, but I will keep returning to some themes here so that we have conversations about sort of every aspect of the hooking. So again, I'm just coming to the end of this strip for the moment. Hang on just a minute. This little, I think I went out of the line a little bit here too. You see how I did that? I'm going to pull out a little bit because you can see I went right out of the line here. Right? This is, you can maybe barely see the line, which brings up a different question. Oh, Kathy, I'll show you. It's a pretty one. The question comes up a lot. Do I want to be inside the line, outside the line, or on the line? The answer is always, it really doesn't matter, but you pick one and you stick with it. Because if sometimes you're inside the line and sometimes you're outside the line, you get distortion. So you can see I'm pulling back quite a bit because I'm judging my loops coming up and thinking, nah, I was too close to the line. And what I'm thinking about in between the sort of little compartments that make up the tiers, that make up this design in terms of the tree body, I want to be able to have a little bit of color in between, right? In between. So that'll be the background color. And I want to be sure that I allow for a little space so that that is not crowded. We don't want crowding. When you're crowding your loops together too close, it's called packing. And, you know, it's not like the end of the world. It's not like needlepoint where your junk starts to buckle. But it's not great, right? Because it puts a lot of pressure and it can give a bit of distortion to your backing fabric, which for me right now is rug warp, right? Some of you got rug warp, some of you got monk's cloth, some of you got linen. I've got rug warp only because I made a mistake with this one, so I decided to turn it into mine, which is usually what happens when I'm working. So did you notice that when I started, I kept my tail up here, and when I ended, I left the little tail up there too, right? And that's just what I want to do. Let me grab another one. I feel like I might need to cut more white during this because I don't know that I have enough. I put out a lot of nice packets for all of you, but it's kind of an afterthought what I get myself, you know. So I'm starting again, and I just put a tail into the same hole as the last tail. Does the tail have to go into the same hole as the tail before? Nope. Does anything have to anything? Nope. Does the next loop have to go into the next open hole? Nope. Everything that you do when you're rug hooking, it depends on your eye and your judgment. We are simply pulling up loops, putting the hook down, wrapping the strip or your yarn or whatever you've got, whatever you're working with around the hook, and the hook pulls it up to the surface. That's what we're doing. Everything outside of that, is it very tight and congested? Is it packed a little bit? Am I a packer? Maybe. Is it very, very loose? Do you work more in the loosey-goosey, higgledy-piggledy style where your loops are very, very loose? Maybe you do. Which one is right? Well, neither one is right, right? You don't want to pack too much because you can run into some technical problems. You know, the backing can there'd be a lot of stress on the backing if it's a larger piece. So you don't want to get in the habit of packing too much. I tend to be more of a packer when I'm hooking. But, you know, I also love the higgledy-piggledy style of hooking, which means you literally just stick the hook in and are like close enough, it's close enough, and you don't get exact lines and the contours aren't super crisp. And higgledy-piggledy hooking looks a little bit more messy. It looks a little bit more folky. I'll tell you, I love that look. That's my favorite look. Messy, folky, a little bit bohemian, a little bit off the rails, not very uptight. That's my favorite style of hooking. I've kind of stopped hooking in that style because I've done so many how-to videos and so much teaching. You can be out-trained when it comes to doing your higgledy-piggledies, and I think that it's like a big loss, coming back to you for a minute, it's a big loss when, you know, you just naturally don't hook in that style anymore because it feels very free to just hook the way that you feel like, doesn't it? It really does. As far as, I just realized I'm going to need to get up and get some scissors too. As far as, this is me looking around for scissors. This is what I do at home too, just gaze around, hoping that something is in sight. It never is. It's like go gadget arm. As far as how close your loops should be to each other, it really depends on what you like. And if you're looking at your piece and thinking, oh, that looks about right to me, then it's about right, right? I am not a technical hooker. The technical part of hooking for me is filling it in, right? I'm not a big shader. I don't like realism in rugs for myself. It's not my style. I don't enjoy it as much as I do graphic work, right? It's just the way that I work. But at the end of the day, no matter what your style is or what your goals are for yourself for becoming a versatile hooker, a competent hooker, in your mind, a successful hooker, you have to decide as you go along what parts of the craft and what things you would like to learn and perfect, right? Because it's going to be different for you than it is for me. I love filling stuff in. I love working fast. I love finishing a project while I'm thinking about the next project. I feel like I do a pretty good job getting things filled in, getting things done. I'm not the fastest hooker, but I'm not the slowest. Pretty average all around, right? With my hooking, I'm pretty average all around. But I enjoy it immensely, and that's the point, isn't it? So you can see I'm just filling in this top compartment. I've got to grab my scissors. I've got the 2 holes empty here. I've got to fill in this area yet. And I'm going fairly fast. I'm hooking just inside the line. And again, that's my choice. Do I want to be inside, outside, or on? Doesn't matter, but pick one and stick with it. Otherwise, you are distorting the lines that are already there. Do I hook into every single hole? No, I don't. But this conversation is a tough one because it really is going to depend on your backing and the material that you're using, how often, you know, you place a loop. If you're working with a really loose backing, like the loosest ones are linen and burlap, Sometimes you do them in almost every hole, but you can't really put a loop in every hole because it becomes too dense. The surface becomes too dense. But it's not fussy or exact enough of a craft to be able to say to you, well, I do 2 loops, two in a row and consecutive holes, and then I skip a hole. I can't say that either because I don't. What I do is I look with my eyes, and I wear very strong glasses when I'm doing it, and I think, okay, well that looks good next. The distance between these 2 loops is good and is right. And that is my criteria for deciding, wait a minute, if I like the placement of the loops. Right? I'm about to cut my tails. Just trying to bring you in to show you. I don't have exact circles around the little fruity balls, right, that I'm going to fill in with something or another. I'm going to do that eventually. But, I'm placing loops in what looks like logical proximity to each other. I don't have gaping holes between them. And when you do have like holes where you can see the backing, right? Not holes in the backing, but you can see in between your loops, you can see your backing fabric, and you're like, ooh, doesn't look like it's filled in enough there. Those are called holidays. I like that because it gives it a positive spin, doesn't it? It's not like you're packing. It's like, oh, it's a holiday. So and holidays are fine too, because if you just get going with your hooking and you see later, oh, there's a little holiday there, there's a little holiday, it might be that you think, I think I'm more higgledy-piggledy than the next person. The holiday isn't bothering me. It adds to the feeling of it being folky and primitive. I got to leave it. Then that's fine. Then you should. But if you look at the holiday and you think, oh, I see the backing, that's going to drive me bonkers, then you can fill it in later. You don't have to take anything out. You just fill it in later, right? Hold on one second. I'm going to get up and grab some scissors. I know I'm going to be able to. Oh, no. I thought I was going to be lucky there. I'm going to come right back to you. There's lots of decisions that you have to make with this craft, You really have to, I found a couple more hooks. You really have to do you and decide by looking at your hooking as you go along whether you like the look of it. And I'll tell you what, it's very, very hard to judge whether you like the look of it until you have quite a bit filled in. Based on what I've done so far, you can't possibly decide whether you like it or not. You really have to have quite a bit filled in and some of the background filled in before you can rightfully say, that doesn't look good. I have to fix that part. Or, oh, it looks better than I thought. It's completely a different game when everything around it is hooked, right? Because all of the loops are cushioning each other from all of the sides. And it's like, yeah, oh, well, now it's coming all together. It's like when you're standing there in the mirror, right? And you're like, all you've got on so far is your underpants and your bra, not looking so good. But then you like put on the top and you're like, oh, it looks good. And then once you cover the legs, it's like, oh, even better, right? So, it's the same exact thing. Sometimes you need to just cover more. This is the story of my life lately, so that it looks better, right? It's the same with rug hooking. All right, I'll watch my inappropriate analogies too. So I found a couple more hooks. I found one of my Joan Moshimers that I use a lot. I like that one. It has a longer shank on it. And this little guy, it's different than this little guy. It has like the rounder bottom. Same kind of head to it though. It's the same. Well, the one I'm using right now is actually even smaller. So yeah, I've got a few little guys to play with. Interesting. I'm going to stick with this one for now because, to be honest, it was over there in the jar and I've never used it. It's been there probably for a couple of years waiting to come into service, and now is the time. So come back here with me for a little while, and I'm going to work. I'm going to work while you're there. Let me check the thread. Cat's Gallery, I hope you like hooking, Maureen. Maureen, I hope you do too. Kathy, that is a snow scene behind me. It's not hooked. I'll show you as soon as I move the camera again. It's quilted. And it's actually on the cover of one of those like Women's Day collection, Christmas collections. Gretty, great to see you. Oh, that's okay. We are here for a while. So you didn't miss a thing. Now, I was just, if you can see the surface of my thing, I've got my hedge clippers out here. I'm just trimming to the surface. When I leave those tails up, remember how I left my tails up while I was hooking? Beginners, I leave my tails up because I don't want to accidentally pull out a loop from underneath. Remember, my left hand that's not dominant is under here doing all kinds of mischief, right? It's feeding stuff and it's pulling stuff a little bit because every time I put the hook in, pull up a loop, my style is to kind of pull down on it a little bit too to get it to the right height. You see what I mean? So while this one is pulling up, this one's pulling down. And when I have tails underneath, it makes it really a lot easier for me to accidentally pull out a tail, and then I pull a few loops out with it. Do you know what I mean? So Murphy's Law, right? I never give Murphy a chance. If I don't have to, I don't give him a chance because he participates plenty in my life, just as things are. So I try to keep my tails on top so that this hand underneath doesn't accidentally pull something that I didn't mean for it to pull. It would not be utter heartbreak, right? Because it would just be one or two loops and I'd go, ooh, gotcha, and pull them back through. But it is aggravating. I'm going to stand up a little bit while I do this because I know you can see good where you are, but I want to be sure I can see good too. Just for a minute. I'm just kind of weaseling into some of these places where just right on the edge of having a holiday. Pull this one up here. And you know, there's a lot of people who, as time goes along, they leave. Darlene, if you're watching, you're one of these people who does this in the extreme, and I really admire it because it's completely different than my style, and it works well for you. Darlene pulls up loops, and she leaves the tails up. And she has very good reason for doing it because she's done a lot of classes with me, and she always does it. And I've said to her, you know, because she's a buddy, so I can say this, I said, don't you look at that and feel chaos with all of those ends, you know, sticking up in your face? And she always says no, because I feel like if I want to change anything or, you know, I want to pull something out, I can see where the strands, where the strips begin and end. So there is a method to the madness, right? So everybody has their own reasons for working, you know, and however they do. And everybody has their own, I don't even want to say quirks, but their own style. I can't stand having tails because it creates chaos. And, you know, if you watch me enough, you realize I already have enough chaos in my head all by myself and the other 100 people living in there. So the last thing I need are tails distracting me and altering for me what looks like the finished piece. I find it hard to tell what the thing actually looks like when there's lots of tails sticking up like antennae, but other people don't. And like everything else with rug hooking, it's a choice, right? Do you like to hook high? Do you like to hook low? Do you like to clip as you go with your tails? Do you wait until the end and you hook the whole, you trim the whole thing down, Edward Scissorhands styles at the end? It doesn't matter, right? All I'm doing is pulling loops up with a hook, right? I'm pulling loops up. That's all I'm doing. From now until death, I'm just pulling up loops with a hook. That's what rug hooking is. It's as simple as that. Will I pull up ones of a different color? Yeah, I definitely will. Will I pull up some high ones in different areas? Maybe. Will I pull up different materials? Will I do some pieces with yarn or cut up garbage bags or this thing? Probably, right? It's just a rolled up wool, braiding wool. But you know, it's just a question of as you go along, you experiment with different things, you work on different patterns, you put more techniques and more experience into your little bag of tricks, and you become, I guess, what people would generally call a better rug hooker. If you're a person who's pulling up loops and the loops are coming through the backing and they're standing on the top, you're already a successful rug hooker. So everything you do after this is going to be a question of just your taste. Do I like it? Do I like what I'm doing? Do I want to do more of it? Do I want to try something different, right? So pulling up loops is it. I've just pulled up loops and I've created this whole little top part really quickly right here. And I'm quite liking it as well. I'm hoping I didn't forget to put plenty of white in everybody's kits. I'm worrying now, because the thing that I'm worrying about is I put out several kits at once that were Magdalena themed. And I know that Magdalena Doodle Tote was all white. And I'm wondering if this one was meant to be all white. I'm not sure that it was. And I'm wondering, did I give everybody a ton of white for this one to do the tree in white? And did I just forget to give myself enough white? That is entirely possible, Deanna. That is you all over. So I'm just looking at my colors. I'm considering them. Yeah, they're off camera, but I'm considering my colors. And maybe I'll put them on camera so you can look with me. I do a lot of problem solving for myself because one of the best, these are the colors I gave myself. And like I said, you all have more bright colors that are more like the photos that I put online and on the Facebook thing. You all have brighter colors, and I just took the whatever colors were left, little bits and pieces. So I don't have exactly the same color palette as you, and mine aren't quite as bright, but they're pretty and I like them, and they're fine. So I'm just looking at what I've got, and I'm realizing um, I have got a lot of lights here because if I didn't give myself enough whites, which I didn't for my pack, and can I get up and in 2 minutes use the Sizzix cutter and make, 60 more strips? Yeah, I can. That would require getting up again, and yeah, I like sitting. So I'm wondering if I should maybe think about fusing some of these together. And it might be too late to do that. I don't know if I should deviate too much from your kits either. Although the backgrounds are very little, aren't they? Oh, I'm wondering. You know what I'm wondering? As if I could do like use the colors in layers, right? To do no, you know what? I think I gave you all white because when I think about it, I know a lot of you got the doodle tote bag, the burlap bag as well. That one has the ombre green, doesn't it? It goes like 4, 5, 6 different colors of green. That one has the ombre green. Interesting. Okay, I feel confident about that. So you know what I'm going to do? Let's stay here for a minute. I'm going to keep you where you are. I think I'm going to think on my plan because even though the tree is white and I might end up making it white, I have a lot of extra colors. You have a lot of extra colors. I'm thinking I might want to strike out and do something a little bit different. It might be that I want more kind of mixed colors in the tree. It might be that I want that. So I'm thinking on that. For your kits, I'm going to reiterate, you're meant to do white in the background. So let me keep going with, I'm thinking if I should keep going with white or if I should be crazy and use some different colors as I go down. The question will be, do I have enough strips to do the whole background of one of the other colors? That will be the question in the end, because these are all small amounts because they're not meant to do the thing that I'm considering. But when I sit down to work on a project, I often do try to think outside of the box, right? That kind of happens naturally. And I think, well, I like the colors. I know what the pattern looks like. This is for you with any commercial pattern, right? This is something that you can always step back a little and go, yeah, I know what I'm supposed to do, but really, should I do that, right? This is the same sort of philosophy you can apply to your life. I know what I'm supposed to do, but should I really do that? So I'm thinking about the possibility of using other colors and making the tree more colorful. And yeah, I think I kind of like that idea. I'm such a skunk because I know that I have and you have plenty of colorful colors to fill in the balls and the lamb's tongues on the sides. So, all right, you know what? Let me do the star and think about it. I'll think about it while I do the star. I'm going to use gold for the star. I'm probably going to make the other stars different colors because I like it when things are a bit unexpected. But I think just for the top star, that's going to be like the tree topper, I think I will do that in colors that you would expect. And I'm going to show you something about the stars, just in case you're interested and you haven't seen this before. The points of the star, right, can be tricky. And this is a little bit advanced, but it might be interesting to talk about. When I'm doing the points of the star, if I want a really sharp point, I can do this trick where, let me show you both ways, right? This is straight up hooking the tip of the star. I'm doing what I always do, just putting the hook in, pulling up the tail, and then coming down along the side, kind of filling it in according to the shape that's drawn, and that's it, right? Same as every other style of hooking. Just cruising around the corner. Sometimes I need to concentrate, right? Cruising around the corner and kind of outlining the star to get that nice tip. It's working great, right? Come to the edge there. And I'm thinking, all right, so what do I want to do here? Well, you know what my fingers are doing underneath, because I want to turn sharp. I want to turn sharp and go down here now. So I could do one of two things. I can cut here, and I'm going to do that and show it to you in a second. Or I can come to the next spot, which for me is here, right? You see what I mean? Right in here. But that means that my fingers underneath are kind of twisting the tail so that it feeds like this. Put the hook in. I twisted it so that it comes up kind of sideways, right? That's possible. Or if that's tricky, when you're a beginner, that's going to be tricky, right? I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here when you're a beginner, it's tricky. I could either do that, or I can just pull up one more loop and pull that up a little bit too far over. Pull up one more loop and cut. That's the other option. So, and I am going to show you the trick too, but let's look at that particular technique again. I'm over here, and now I'm coming down the side, and there's no twisting to do because I cut and I left that tail up. I'm shooting down the side. And again, if you're doing this with me and you're a beginner and you're going, oh my God, I'm still on the second loop of the white part, that is okay, right? That is absolutely fine. I've been doing this a while, right? So I move fast, and we're hooking this whole piece in one afternoon. So, you know, I'm moving with speed, but I just want to remind you, there's lots of beginner videos where I go super slow, and I'm hooking onto my teacher's frame, which is a window screen, so you can see what my hand underneath is doing too. So I'm at this juncture again with this part of the star. Do you see this? Where I want to get it good for you on camera here. Hold on, let me just do like this. There we go. I'm right here, and I would like to come here. So remember how when I was at that point on the tip of the star, I just cut it, and so I didn't have to deal with the twist. Right here, I'm underneath, my hand is twisting the wool strip, pulling it up, and it pulls it up at a different angle. And then I can just keep going like that. So I've done two techniques. I've done clipping it on the edge, and I've done twisting underneath. And the only reason I'm talking about these techniques, and I'm going to clip again, is because a star has all these points, and the points can be a little bit tricky, right? They can be a little bit tricky because you want them to be nice and sharp. You want them to look pretty. They're a little bit hard to hook, so you have to know what your choices are. Now I'm coming down here. Just catching up on your comments too. Oh, Helene, good to see you. Happy hooking day. And Barbara says, different is always the best answer and more fun. It is. It's always the best answer. Doing something different, doing something new. The thing about hooking that I always say, and I think it's the most important sentiment in teaching, particularly hookers, is that for some people, you are technical, right? Some people are watching me and going, I'm very technical. I like it when she says things about like the tips of the stars. I like those kinds of tips. I'm technical, and I want to technically do it right. And other people are saying, yeah, I'm all higgledy-piggledy. I like it this way. This looks folky to me. This looks like a 19th century rug. I'm all about it, right? Technical parts, good for other people. I'm not super technical. That's kind of me. And it might be, sorry, I'm just moving under the camera. It might be you too. But I want to try to, I want to be kind of true and honor both types of hookers, because having a little bit of technical prowess is never a bad thing, right? So I want to show both styles when we do hook-alongs like this, because if you work in a more, for lack of a better word, sloppy style like I do, you just keep going and you think, looks good, filled it in, looking good, let's move on. And if you're more technical, you're thinking, can you show me that again with the tip of the star? Right? So I want to honor both if it's possible, try to make it possible. Make sure you ask questions if you have specific questions about what I'm doing. Now I'm coming back to the conversation about the tip of the star. So you saw me a couple times cut it, right? So I didn't have to twist it. And a couple times you saw me twist. So I got these nice sharp angles on the star. Now there's one more angle down here, right? It's a real acute turn. Now another trick that you can do is normally when I feed my wool to my hook underneath, I feed the tip, right? This time I'm going to feed a little bit further down, like an inch or two down. I'm going to feed a little ways down. So I'm going to be feeding this part, this much of the tail, with this much of the tail, right? Don't get out a ruler, right? It ain't that kind of thing. Just leave a long tail, right? I'm going to be feeding it here to the hook. See what I mean? Instead of way down at the tail, I'm feeding it an inch or two up. And the reason I'm doing that is because, watch this. I usually do this in hook-alongs because it's a good little trick. Because I have a good single loop to be the tip of my star. Right? That's a good single loop. Now hang on. I'm moving around some more. Now, that makes a nice crisp point to the edge of that star. But underneath, I have two tails, right? Two tails. Isn't that a character from Sonic? I've got two tails right here, right? So I'm going to look for one with my hand. Gotcha. I'm going to take one tail, and I'm going to work up this way. It seems to be the tail that's more in this direction. And I'm going to work up the side here. When I'm quiet when I'm concentrating. That's the only time my mouth stops running. Hold on one second. And now I'm going to grab the other tail, still under there, and I'm going to work up the other side of this star. See what I mean? So with those two tails flapping down underneath, I'm able to grab them and run up the respective sides. And in the meantime, that technique gave me one loop for the corner. This one little loop is the corner. And when I've worked in loops around it, right, when I fill in the background, how nice and sharp is he going to be, right? That's going to look fantastic. But this also looks great, right? And this also looks great. So it doesn't really matter. Sit down again for a minute. It doesn't really matter what you choose. This is what I'm talking about in regards to having a bag of tricks, right? When you have lots of ideas of little problem-solving tricks, you're better off, aren't you? The more little tricks you've got, the better it's going to be for you. And you know, the funny thing about it is that even with a bunch of funny little tricks for problem solving, just like in life, the question is always, will I think of the trick when the time comes? That is always the thing, right? It's always the thing. Will I think of that great trick or that great hack when I need it? That is the question. And in my life, it's usually no. I hope in yours that you are a little bit better at remembering and, being able to call upon your entire bag of tricks. For me, when I think of something, I'll go, oh man, I haven't thought of that for a while. Gosh, I just did something, I just did this piece and I could have used that trick had I thought of it. So bag of tricks, right? Bag of tricks. Try to keep things in the front of your mind if you can, but sometimes they go to the back burner and then somebody will tell you in a class or in a hook-along like this, or maybe I mention it in the show and you think, oh, I forgot about that. That's a good one. That's a good one. And then you have it again, right? In the front of your mind. It's just life. It's just, can't keep everything in the front of your mind, can you? I mean, that's, nobody could expect that of you. So certainly not while you're doing crafts. Now I'm filling in my star. I'm going to fill them in kind of quickly. Do I always leave my tails on the top? I don't. I don't always anything. I'm very unaccountable with everything. So I don't always leave the tails on the top. The rule is to leave them on the top so you don't accidentally pull them out. And it's a good rule because it's very easy to pull them out by accident. But there are moments and there are times when, I got stuck in my cloth, when I don't leave my tails on the top. And you know when that is. And this is just a common sense thing, right, to put into your bag of tricks. Sometimes I don't leave my tails on top because there are already so many tails on the top that I feel like my thing is looking ratty. Do you know what I mean? Now, I'm going to show you my star. I am not, sometimes I leave the tails underneath, right? And I just reach my scissors underneath and I cut them under there. Be careful for your fingers. But sometimes I do that because I feel like the top has a lot of stops and starts, particularly with small motifs like a cute little star. Now, if this star was multicolored or outlined or something like that, I can guarantee you I would not be leaving all of my tails on the top, because in my mind I would be looking at it and going to myself, that is looking too ratty. But because it's solid, the ratty factor is a little bit more obscured, right? If there were multiple colors, you'd see lots of tails, lots of stops and starts. Now, it doesn't bother everybody, and I'm not a technical hooker, but that does bother me. That is one of the things I always have my radar up for, rattiness, right? I don't like it. So I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm just filling in the edge. And you see, sometimes I'm turning my hook different directions as I hook. I'm working at speed. My hand is used to making twists and turns. How is your hand used to making so many twists and turns, right? That is a beginner thought. Well, because my hand has figured out how to do it, right? Like my hand remembers. And it's not that I have any particular talent for twisting a needle around. No, it's just my hand has figured it out. I've done it for years. I do it often. My hand has figured it out. So as I go, my hooking hand and the hand underneath is doing, different motions and feeding things in different ways. And this hand gets used to doing that, right? If I was a belly dancer, I'd be making all kinds of funky movements that I learned. And this hand is sometimes twisting and turning too, right? If you're an artist and you work in other mediums, like you're a painter or a potter or something like that, your hands get used to doing stuff, right? And you learn, right? You learn. And if you show up for the first day in pottery class and you're throwing stuff on the wheel, ghost style, do you really expect it to be perfect? Right? Do you expect it to be amazing and for the Metropolitan Museum to call you the next week and say, we heard about your work. We would love to represent it in our... Of course not, right? Everything takes time. You have to give yourself a very long, hot minute to figure it out. And if you are immediately checking in with yourself, oh, I screwed that up good. Oh, look, I'm screwing this up now. Just watch me go screw up the next thing. Oh, I mustn't be cut out for this, right? I'm moving so slow. I'm shredding pieces. Doesn't look right. Hers looks better. I must not be cut out for this. That's not it, is it? If you were a musician, right, or if you were trying to learn to play the guitar and you sat down with the guitar and your hands didn't do all the cool stuff, you wouldn't think, oh man, I wasn't cut out for this. Look at me screw up this note, right? This doesn't sound like Simon and Garfunkel. You wouldn't. You'd give yourself a second because you would already know that it takes time to figure stuff out. Right? This is just pulling up loops, but the part that I can't communicate to you and the part I can't teach you without being there and holding your fingers for you and micromanaging and saying, no, do this with your hand. No, hold your fingers like this. Even if you were with me, I wouldn't be doing that to you. I'd be watching to see what you did and making corrections or suggestions when I saw you do something that is likely to create problems, right? Otherwise, I would just be looking and checking out what you're doing and trying to make an assessment in my mind as to whether there is anything that you are naturally doing with your body, right, with your hands, with your posture, that is likely to trip you up. And if it was, and if I saw something like that, I would tell you. But if you're holding the needle or the hook differently than I do, I would not mention that, because I would say to myself, well, I hold it this way, but you're holding it this way, or you're holding it this way. That is the way your hand naturally grabbed it. Never fight against your body. You're never going to win. You're never going to... This came up in the Robert Frost class yesterday. You're never going to win against nature. It's not going to happen. If this is the way that you hook and your hand naturally does this, you're probably going to be doing this 50 years from now, if hopefully, God willing, you're still hooking, right? So you got to give yourself a break with everything, right? There is no right way. And you can watch me hook. Don't try to hold your hand the way that I'm holding my hand. Hold your hand the way that you hold a pen. Hold your hand the way it's comfortable. I'm probably holding this hook a little bit differently because it's got this weird gouge in it. It's like this big divot or whatever, so I'm holding it maybe differently than I would normally hold a hook. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not even conscious of it. But let me show you the star before I forget that I was going to. So let me just make sure star is in focus. Star is not in focus. Come on, star. Pretty in focus, maybe. So you can see there are a lot of little ends. I'm not going to move too much. I got it resting against my stomach, so you can see there are a lot of little ends sticking up. And some of my work is lower, some of it's higher, you know. And are the tips perfect? No, the tips are definitely not perfect, but you're going to see when I fill in around it, it looks pretty perfect once that part's done. So just figuring it out as I go along, just coming up with solutions for the way I fill the star in. But you can see that if this was multicolored and, you know, the way that I worked it required, because of all of the angles, required me to make lots of little cuts, which required me to leave a lot of tails up on the surface. That would drive me crazy if it were more noticeable. That would fall squarely into the category of, oh, that's ratty, and I'd be leaving some of my tails down below. Would I then accidentally pull out a bunch of my tails as I went further along in the piece? Yes, 100% yes. But is that going to stop me from choosing to leave the tails underneath because I think it's looking ratty on top? No, it's not going to stop me. I fully expect to accidentally pull pieces of it out. And that's fine. It's a fair exchange. All right, I still haven't made a decision about, let me come back here, come back on my lap here. Haven't made a decision about the colors yet. I'm still a little bit torn. I was thinking, let's just do another, let me do another star kind of quickly and then I'll decide. So let's see. I've got lots of greens. You know, let me do, no, you know why I'm not going to do the stars in green is because the background's green. So let me do a star in pink. Let me do a pink star. That'll be nice. I'm going to go faster with this one. So if you're a beginner, you might be wondering, do I have to hook with a frame? And again, you don't have to do anything. I find it easier to work with a frame is it makes the backing material very, very taut, very tight as a drum, right? People like to say tight as a drum, makes it tight as a drum, and it makes the holes stretch out a little bit more, right? This is a woven, so it's made up of a bunch of holes, right? All of these little junctures are holes. And I'm deciding what to do with the tip of my star there. I know you can't see me close up, but I'm just having you watch my progress as you're looking at what I'm looking at right now, in other words. Oh, here comes the dog. She's going to come say hello, I'm sure. Come on, baby. Well, come say hi, sweet stuff. So when I have it stretched over a frame, it really is opening up the holes, right? The tighter I stretch it, the more open the holes become, and the easier it is for me to go in and out with my hook. So tighter is better. It's just easier. It's easier to hook. Then it stretches right back. Do you need a frame? Well, you know, if you are hooking right now and you are working with, like, for example, a wooden hoop or a plastic hoop, great. If it's working well and you're thinking, I can't see improving upon this, then don't buy a frame. Why spend the money if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So that's my flat out answer. At the same time, there are people who never use a frame or a hoop, like Claire Murray. She has never done either. She couldn't do it with this piece because it's too small, but when you're working larger rug size pieces that are actually rugs, you can wrap it around your lap, right? She just wraps it around her lap and sits on it. And that's always what she's done. I'm pretty sure she can afford a frame. But she's never worked that way, and she doesn't want to work that way. She said that she doesn't like the way that it feels when, you know, there's something on your lap. She likes to feel like she can just spring up all the time. And I get that. I get that too. So that's how she works. That's always worked for her. So that makes sense. Nothing wrong with that. You know, you can also, and I have videos that answer all these questions, right? But you can also just get like a picture frame, or not a picture frame, but a canvas. I just want to pause for a second there because I pulled up a loop, right? I was at the end of the strand. I pulled up this loop, and I can feel underneath that the tail is like a milli of an inch. There's nothing left. So I left the tail underneath on that one because I couldn't pull it up. And I got 2 loops out of that run. So I'm going to leave it at that. Left the loop underneath. I might pull it out by accident. We'll see. but it didn't make sense to do less than one loop on that one strip, right? I'm very, very thrifty. So I'm going to leave it in there, and it just made more sense in that situation for me to keep that little teeny tip of the tail that was left underneath, and that's where it is. You can always grab a kind of a canvas, like a painter's canvas from Joann's or Michael's or whatever, and take off the canvas, right? Just get a cheap one, take off the canvas, get a bunch of either upholstery tacks or thumbtacks, flat ones are better, and just tack your backing onto your frame. That's what people did originally, right? They just hammered nails or tacks into a wooden frame. Simple as possible, just 4 sides, right? Simpler the better. And you just tack it on there and you work that way. It's the same as a window pane frame, and you can lean it up against stuff if you want leverage while you're working, but it works great too. Are thumbtacks as tight as teeth on a frame? No, teeth on a frame are the tightest. It's like 100 needles per square inch. It's a lot of needles. It's very, very, very sharp. For me, frames are the best if you want your work to be taught, but it's not essential that you have a frame to get started. If you're a beginner and you're thinking, I'd like to get started, I don't want to lay out a huge investment, I don't want to get horrible indigestion and sticker shock buying a bunch of garbage that I might not use because I might not like it, you absolutely shouldn't, right? Because as soon as you start splashing money on stuff that you're not sure about and you're not even sure you bought the right thing, you're not starting on the right foot, are you? Because you are way more likely to look at the receipt and everything else and think, this was a mistake, right? So don't set yourself up for failure like that. Work with a crochet hook, number 3.5, number 4, that kind of thing. Cut your t-shirts or even your sweaters, cut them into strips, pull them through. If they're not pulling through easy, cut them thinner, right? Or change your hook and just use burlap from the craft store. Just get started and see if you like it. And keep in the back of your mind that idea that if you do like it, there are lots of different backings that you might want to try. And yeah, they're more expensive. It is a question of luxury, and it's also a question of taste. So rug hookers historically have liked, the traditional rug hooking backings. I'm just deciding about, what I'm going to do next? No, I'm going to do one more star. No, you got to bear with me, right? I change my mind like constantly. It's a thing. I think I'm going to move to the next level, and I think I am going to be naughty and mix some colors. I think I want a more colorful tree than white. You feel free to mix your colors too, right? You don't have to do it exactly the way that I'm doing it, but I feel the naughtiness and the pull to do something different is powerful within me right now. So we can all do our trees the way that we want. Hooking it is the thing, right? So if you bought this as a kit and you're a beginner, your tree is meant to be white in the background. I am good. I felt like I needed something, Jay, and now I can't remember what it was.
I'll be here, so.
Okay. Yeah. Might have been like a lobotomy, right? And he's probably can't help with that. So, so if you have the kit, your background tree is white. All the shelves of the tree are white. The stump is that brown color. It's a mixed color. I didn't have any more left for myself, so I gave myself like a darker one. But it's brown, right? But you don't have to make it brown. If you want to make it a different color, do it. And all of the other colors, because the kit is mostly other colors, are for the stars, the balls, and the lamb's tongues. These are lamb's tongues. And the background is the green, that is the pantyhose, right, that we're going to use in a minute. So those are your colors. That's the placement of the colors. You owe it to yourself, just like I owe it to myself, to do it however you want. And you could try doing it in a crazy way and think to yourself, it's not coming out that good, and then you pull it out. What's wrong with that, right? What's wrong? It's fantastic to decide, to be able to look at something and say, okay, well, I tried it and it didn't work. At least I tried it. I don't like it for this. Maybe next time I want a more colorful background, right? Maybe you want to do the tree. Maybe you want to do the tree with these things. You want a green tree and to do the tree with the pantyhose? Absolutely do it. It'll come out great. You should do that if you're thinking about it. And if you're thinking, ooh, what if the tree were the green pantyhose? And then what if I used all my other colors mixed in the background, like hit or miss? Ta-da! The angels are singing somewhere, right? That's a great idea, and you should. You absolutely should. You definitely have enough of these to do the tree or the background. So you choose what's better for you and what you would like to do. You do it your way, right? So these are all options, right? These are all options. That's what's so fun about this craft. And if you're thinking as you go along, well, I really love the way that the tree looks, but man, I wish that she did like all of the balls in, I don't know, turquoise or navy or something. Well, that's not how I color planned the kit for myself. But if you're thinking that, maybe you have the follow-up thought, something like, oh, but wait a minute. I have a t-shirt that's navy that I sleep in because it has holes. Maybe I'll just go cut that up and make that all the balls because maybe I want all matching balls on the tree. Do it. That's how you should do it. Happened again just here that, and I know you're panned far out, the tail is really, really, really small. Hardly, I brought it up that time because I could. But sometimes the tail is just like itsy bitsy-o. I'm just doing, bring you a little bit closer. Hang on. I worked so hard to get the, right, there we go. Oh, that's a bit better, to get this thing to stay locked. But yeah, so far so good. So yeah, so just remind yourself that, sorry, concentrating and many thoughts flooding in at once. Just remind yourself that there are lots of options. If you have stuff that you like, if you're about to throw away or donate some clothing, maybe look at it one more time. It might be colors that you really like. Oh, but this is really thick. Well, it might work, right? It might work. Oh, but this is just a t-shirt and it has lots of stains. Perfect. That sounds perfect. So think about all the stuff you have, right, already. Because this is a colorful project, lots of different colors. There are lots of opportunities for hit or miss. But you have to do it the way that you like it. And if you want the green tree, guess what? That'll be perfect. If you want the green tree and you want to do these all buttons, maybe you want like really bright, shiny plastic red and green buttons or all white buttons or all pink buttons, very 1950s style, then you should do that, right? And whatever you have left over from your kit, you just save for your next project. It's not going to go in the garbage. You're just going to save it for your next project. So that all makes perfect sense. What was distracting me before was I could feel on my wrist the corner with the frame does have some needly needles. So sometimes what I do, if you have a frame and you're thinking, oh man, I'm getting cut up, a treat, you can fold up your edges and lean on them like this, this is like the lazy man solution. So this is typically what I do. Sometimes what I do, and I have them in the other room, I was pausing to look around. Sometimes I just cut the cuff off a sweater or cut like the forearm off a sweater and I hook with the rest of it. But I keep it on this one arm for stuff like this so that when it hits the edge of the frame, I don't get the needles, in my arm. Those are things that you could do. Of course, if you have a long sleeve shirt on, I've got a 3/4, so that's not helping. You can also just grab a piece of wool or a different fabric and just lay it on top so that you're not being caught by the needles. Lots of things you can do. You don't have to bleed with this craft, right? There's lots of ways that you can find solutions, right, to not getting cut up. So let me come around this corner here. I'm kind of excited. Now that tail was so short on the last one that it's causing a little bit of mayhem. I'm thinking maybe I should just leave it underneath. These kinds of conversations you have in your head, should I leave the tail up? Should I bring the tail down? Should I cut it here? Should I turn the corner? Should I try to twist underneath with my fingers, even though that usually frustrates me and I don't have a lot of success? All of these conversations that you have with yourself are important, right? And this is a craft. This is for funsies. Even if you want this to be a business or you're working toward having a rug business, you still tackle it, right? Like this is meant to be fun and relaxing. If pulling up loops doesn't make you feel zen, then I don't know what. When I go to the gym, I've been trying to go to the gym with my son Teddy, because we're both like definitely overweight, and we'd like to do better. And so we joined, and I had to lie about his age and everything, but all for good cause. And when I go there and exercise there, I can see by looking at other people's faces that they are like in Zen mode. they're running and they're at this weird ecstasy stage of running. I don't mean the drug or the religious ecstasy. I just mean you hit that groove where you're like, your body is in literal ecstasy, where it's like you're hitting such a natural high that you're almost meditating, right? I see that happening around me at the gym, but I've never had that experience. My experience is like, let's look at the clock for the third time in the last 5 seconds and see if it's like significantly changed and if it's almost time so that, I can leave without feeling guilty. So, you pick your Zen. And for me, this relaxes me and makes me feel peaceful, content, happy, quieted. It's how I feel while I do it. Make sure that while you're doing your chosen craft, that you're feeling peaceful and zen and quieted. And yeah, there's moments where the fabric is ripping and things are not going exactly right, and you feel like the universe is playing you, and it's frustrating, and you have to put it down. Maybe you can't get the colors right. Maybe you can't figure out why this part of it isn't working, and you can't make it work, and you have to put the thing away for a week, a day, a year, 10 years. That can happen. That can happen, but don't let that stop you from coming back to the craft. There's a lot of patterns that I have put away that I don't really honestly see coming back because they have offended me, to the extent that it's like, nope, you're done. Last offense, we're good. But, we're all different. We all have different thresholds. But it is meant to be fun. So don't be too hard on yourself. If your hands are slow to figure out how to make twists and turns, it's not you. It's not you. It's that you haven't figured out how to make the twists and turns yet. And it's going to take some time, right? You got to practice. You have to practice. So, I knew I wasn't going to get another little loop up there. I'll leave it at that. Now I'm still blazing through the light white I have. Remember, I didn't give myself as much as I gave you all. And I'm filling in a little bit of this one. Then I think I'm going to go to another color and see how that looks. Because I'm also really at peace with, if I start experimenting with making the tree multicolored, if I experiment with that and then I kind of look back on it and I feel like, it looks like a pig's breakfast, this isn't good, then I'll take it out. And I'm fine with taking it out because I'm probably going to spend, 15, 20 minutes of my life doing this particular experiment. If it doesn't work out, you know what? I'm at peace with that. I'm really at peace with that. It's worth a shot. So I'm just using up a little bit of, I want to use as much of the light white that I gave myself for the top as possible. And then I'm going to go to the next lightest color. I'm going to see how it goes. But I do kind of want to do mixy-uppies. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. And we also might have a different opinion about whether this is a good experiment or not. It might be that I look at it and I say, yeah, I love everything to be multicolored. And it might be that you look at it and you say, she should have just left it solid. And it's okay to differ on that, right? That's why when we see the same pattern done by multiple, different people, it's so exciting. It's so exciting to see that because you see the choices that other people made, and you think, oh, well, that's neat. I like that. Now I'm having a different thought as I do this. I'm thinking, this one's white, this one's partly white, and I still have quite a bit of white left. Maybe I should do just the top. I don't know. Deborah says I used very old socks for that. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I missed a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, hang on. Muscle memory. That's it. Hold on. I know you have my lap. Let me come back to you for a second. Take a break. Let me have a little more mushroom tea, reset myself, and let me catch up on the comments are way over here. So, okay. Oh, I missed a lot. Maggie, you said, what size is your hook? Maggie, I don't know because I picked up a hook I've never seen before, but I would say that this is okay. So let's have this conversation. This is a very frustrating one for me because hooks are not standardized, right? So the Joan Moshimer hooks, which are this brand of hook, and I do stock this brand of hook, they are different sizes and they have been resized over time. I don't care what anybody says. I have two that say medium and they are completely different sizes. I have two that say coarse and they are completely different sizes. I have some that have a long shaft and some that have a small shaft. they've changed sizes. But Joan Moshimer, this is a very, Joan Moshimer passed away years ago. She was a rug hooking artist in Maine. And her sort of inventory and all of the rights to her products went to Cushing in Maine, the store. And so she had a system. And her system was fine, medium, coarse, primitive. So that's 4 different sizes. So those have changed over the years. So it's very hard to even say this is, for example, this is a coarse hook. Now, I would not personally call this a coarse hook. That is a very small hook. I would call this a medium hook, but officially it's a coarse hook, right? What's the difference between a coarse hook and a medium hook? Not much. Like, honestly, it's not much, because I've been using this hook, which I would call a fine hook, right? So Maggie, the answer I'm trying to get at is it doesn't matter what size my hook is. The only thing that matters is if you're hooking something super, super, super fine, like sock yarn or fingering yarn, or really small strips like number 3s that I know that you don't have at this point, right? Because I've given you like lots of thicker stuff, 5s, 7s, 8s, that kind of thing. If you're hooking something fine, it is handy to have a fine hook, right? Because it's just big hook going down all clunky, right? It's a mismatch. But when you're hooking something really wide, like an 8, 9, 10, or something that you ripped, that's a really wide strip, you need a bigger hook, because a tiny hook is going to reach down to pick up the strip, and it's going to be teeny tiny. It's going to say, come into my crook. And you're going to grab it in the middle and rip a hole through the center of it like this. You see what I got going on? So the only thing that matters is that the tip of your hook is appropriate for the size that you're working with. Teeny tiny hooks go with teeny tiny things. Teeny tiny strips, teeny tiny yarn. Hooks that are a little bit bigger go with everything else. Really big hooks, like the blue ones, go with like number 7, number 8, the much wider. Can a medium hook also go with number 7s, 8s, 9s? Yes, a medium hook can. I do it all the time. So what matters is that the hook that you're using is, before you even get started, appropriate for what you're hooking, right? For the weight or width of the thing that you're hooking. Big head on the hook, big wide strip, or big thick bulky piece of yarn. Tiny little head, tiny little strip that looks like angel hair pasta, or thin yarn, right? That's the only thing that matters. It's not the only thing that matters. The thing that matters on top of that is it working? And does it feel good in my hand? That matters too. So it's always very hard to say if you're using the right hook. When I teach, I usually have lots of hooks in person. And when I'm teaching, sometimes I'll go around and I can see people struggling, and I'm thinking, it's not you, it's your tools. Something's going wrong, right? You're struggling with the backing, you're struggling with the strip, you're struggling with your hook, or you're punching, something's going wrong, right? And it's my job to diagnose what is going wrong without putting you on the spot or making you feel like you're screwing something up. So often when I watch people hooking and I see that they're having a struggle, sometimes it's clear to me that the hook is not working. And sometimes it's because the shaft is too long, because the shaft is too small, because it's too skinny and their hand starts to hurt because it's too big. The body, like like the knob type hooks, it's all different things. Sometimes people come to class and bring a whole bunch of hooks that they bought, and they were all the expensive Hartman hooks and bent hooks and Irish hooks. And they struggle because it's not the right hook for their hand. It doesn't feel right. It's not the right hook for the material that we're using, right? It's not a good match. Sometimes it works great, right? Sometimes we end up with a crochet hook, and it's the best thing out of all of the choices, right? Over the Hartman hook. Sometimes that happens, right? It's very case dependent. From one project to the next, from one backing fabric to the next, the width of your strips, the width of your yarn, the weight of your yarn, all of these things come into play with whether or not you're holding the right hook. If you're holding the hook, remember when I started and I said, oh, never saw this hook before. It was over in the dish. Well, I've never held this in my hand before, but it was working great. It was working as well as this, and they are slightly, well, they're both quite fine. I'd say this is more like a medium, and this is a fine in my mind. Do I have any? No, I have another small one around, don't I? Well, this is a biggie, right? So this is like a Hartman type shaft on this hook, which means it's a big, fat, thick shaft, and it has a very pointy bottom on it. This is an antique hook. So this isn't a Hartman, it's an antique, but it's a bent hook. And a lot of times, like Diane and I were having this conversation earlier, with arthritis, a lot of people like to use this hook because you're literally doing this motion, right? Because it's going underneath and it's catching it underneath. It's already bent. You're not doing this motion, right? Or this motion, depending on how you hold your hook. You're doing this motion, right? Like a sewing machine. So for a lot of people, this works great. For me, I've never been fond of these because it always does one of these underneath. And it's like, where's the hook? And it makes me crazy. I also personally don't like this kind of a hook. The purpose of this hook, let me show you. Whoa, that was close. Oh, I know you didn't see that, but that was a goodie. That was a goodie. All right, hang on. Computer almost took an exciting trip. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to fool around trying to get this right again. The reason people sometimes like these hooks, like about the hook for myself, when I go like this and then I grab fabric, I'm just going to grab a strip behind. If you just think about the concept of this, right? It's got this huge shaft. It made a giant cannonball size hole in my backing. Is it damaging the backing? No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. But when I pull it up, the hole is already ready, right? It comes up easy because I've made a giant hole, right? So it comes up easy through the hole because the hole is quite big. Even right there, you can see it made a hole. Now you can go like this, right? Fix the hole. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Didn't do anything bad. But that's why people like these big hooks, is when you go down, it opens the backing up. But think about it, right? The reason people like these thick shaft hooks, like a Hartman, and I also have a Hartman and I like them, one reason is that it's weighted, right? It's a little bit heavy, so it's almost like gravity is helping you a little bit with each pull, and that makes sense. But beyond that, they like that it makes the big hole, right? Because then you can pull your fabric up easier. So that makes sense. It makes a bigger hole, but it's also harder to push down, right? So it really depends on you, because for some people, this motion is harder, right, on the top of your hand than the pulling up motion. So if you're using this kind of a hook, or not even a bent hook, but just a hook with a thick shaft, and you're doing this literally thousands of times, and you're like, dang it, that's starting to get to me. It might be that the shaft is just big and this motion has gotten to be too much for you, right? It might be worth it to switch to a hook with a thinner shaft, and it's easier to put down, right? So that's a relief. And maybe it's a little bit harder to pull up through the backing because the backing's tighter, because it hasn't been opened up like a cannonball has gone through it. Do you see what I mean? So this benefit of this is, boom, it's harder to put through, but it's easier to pull your fabric up. This is easier to put through and harder to put your pull your fabric up. You know what the best solution is? Use both. Have a bunch of hooks around, right? Look for deals, look for hooks that are on sale, look for hooks at rug hooking stores. Don't buy expensive hooks right out of the gate, right? Just try to find hooks that are inexpensive. I think my hooks are 15 each. This is the line that I sell. Although I am looking to manufacture hooks, right? The flat hooks. So that's a to be continued. But if you come across other hooks, it's not a bad idea to think to yourself, well, you know what? Maybe my hand is starting to hurt. Maybe I'm just going to switch hooks for a while, and that might help relieve the specific pain, right? Sometimes I have pain like right here. Sometimes I have pain like here, right? Sometimes I have pain like right on my thumb. And then I sometimes change my hook, and it's like, all right, well, that's gone. Because I'm holding a tool, right? If my shoes hurt because I took a long walk, I'm probably going to wear different shoes tomorrow if I plan to take another walk, right? If my coat is hitting me wrong and my sleeves are getting stuck in the armpits and it just feels too snug, or whatever, the button, the whatever, I'm probably going to wear a different coat, right? So I save that coat, maybe use that sometimes, but the coat's driving me crazy today. I'm going to switch coats. I'm going to switch shoes. I'm going to switch hooks. Right, that all makes perfect sense. You have to make good practical decisions doing this craft. This is a thrift craft, right? There's no point in trying to follow rules to the extent that you make bad decisions and you sabotage yourself. You have to only make good decisions. Make decisions that work for you, that you see instant positive results. right? If you think, oh, I want a more expensive hook, I'm going to get one of these. This is more expensive. It might be better. And then you struggle with it, right? That's not a good sort of scenario, is it? So just remember, aside from what things cost, aside from what people say on Facebook sites, right? Oh, the best thing to use is this backing. Oh, the best hook to use is this hook. Well, that's not true. It might be true for them, but it might not be true for you. So be thoughtful about that. Always, obviously, respect other people's opinions, other people's favorites. It is always a great gift when somebody offers their opinion, right, and gives you advice or the benefit of their experience. But just like with life, it might not suit you and what you're doing. So be careful about taking advice. Be careful about watching people. Be careful about asking blanket questions on any Facebook forum. Like, what's the best backing to use? Oof. Well, I mean, mine is not the same as yours, is it? I mean, for some people it will be, but some people will say, oh, I wouldn't use anything but Mung's cloth, wouldn't use anything but linen, wouldn't use anything but burlap, right? We're not going to agree on that, but it doesn't mean that I'm right and you're wrong. It means you got in the habit of using something, you like it, it ain't broke, and you ain't going to fix it, and you don't really need other people telling you why you're wrong and why their thing is better, right? That's not the way it works. So be careful with your hooks, be careful with your backing, be careful as a beginner with all of that stuff. You figure it out. You figure out what is best for you. Experiment, try everything that lands in front of you, anything that realistically fits your budget and gets in front of your face, grab it, try it, see if you like it. And then you can make a good assessment. And then you can chime in the future on those Facebook forums and say, well, this is what I like. I used to like this, then I tried this, I like this better, you know. We all feel differently about everything. Let me come back. You can see I'm experimenting with a different color here. I'm not sure it's going to work. I'm kind of liking it because I feel like when you change colors with stuff like this, it looks more old-fashioned. Like I ran out of the color, you know what I mean? Jury's out. Okay, let's see. So Linda said, hooray for muscle memory. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Lisa says, I started holding my hook as a pencil and hooking, but found out that rolling my wrist with the hook was easier. Yeah, for me and on my wrist. Okay, so Lisa, you like kind of trained yourself to hold your hook in a different way. That's really good. So that's a different solution, right? That's a choice, alternate choice to what I'm describing. If you're having struggles with your hook, if you're having a carpal tunnel thing or an arthritis thing, a lot of people will say use the knob hook or use the bent hook. And I usually say use a different hook or switch to punching for a little while. That'll work too. And Lisa's saying she's stuck with her hook, but you are holding it differently, right? Just to kind of retrain your hand to hold it differently. And you have defeated nature and you are working with it that way. So that's a success story, right? So that is something to think about too. I'm holding my hook like this, right? But some people hold it like this, and some people hold it like this. And try them, right? Because maybe your hand immediately grabbed the hook like it was a pen, and maybe you're struggling with making loops. Well, you might be struggling with making loops because it's not exactly the right way for you to hold it. It really is going to depend on you. But yeah, I think Lisa's proving the point. Your body can do like new tricks, right? If you train it to do something new. I'm hoping that's the case with my great renaissance at the gym. I'm hoping I can train my body to do something new, and that we didn't just spend the money for nothing. Now I'm going to stick with this for a little while longer. I am blending two colors here. I'm blending them because I realized I didn't give myself a full set, and I'm live on camera, of colors the way that you have the colors. So that is a classic Diana. But at the same time, I'm a big fan of problem solving live on air. I'm a big fan of problem solving. And if you're used to taking classes with me or you're used to hearing my mouth run on the show, the number one thing that I think is important for rug hookers is not training, it's not certification, it's not talent, it's not innate talent, right? Like ingrained, hardwired, amazing talent. It's confidence. It's just confidence. And it's something that you can build up to. It's something you can acquire or accrue as time goes on. Confidence, quiet confidence. You can quietly say to yourself, mwah, mwah, you did that really well. You don't have to be a loud blowhard about it, right? You can figure out how to do stuff and solve problems in rug hooking, not because you are magic, not because you are certified, because you have confidence. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, that's not working. Let me try something different, right? That's confidence. Well, I'm going to do this. I might not like it. Could be that I end up pulling it out. I'm going to go ahead and pull it out. I am liking this, so I'm not going to pull it out. I am going to pull it out. I'm going to do something different. That's confidence. I don't like the way that my loops are turning out. I'm going to try to practice making them closer together or farther apart or something. I'm going to try pulling them up higher or pulling them down lower. Confidence, right? You don't need somebody to tell you that. If your loops don't look right because they look too high, try to get in the habit of pulling them lower, right? But you make that decision for yourself. You are fully equipped and you are fully certified by way of saying, I don't like you don't need anybody to tell you it's okay to look at your piece and say, I don't like the way this looks, right? That's the way the kit is, or this is the way I was told to do it in a class, but I don't like the way it looks. Well, you are the only person who could and should make that executive decision and say, I'm going to take that out and make this green. I'm going to take this out and I want to hook this part higher and I'm going to hook that part lower. I'm going to have different heights going on, different heights of loops going on my one piece. I'm doing it, right? Because I had this idea. I think it's a good idea and I'm doing it. You don't need permission from anybody, any teacher, any person, any friend. You don't need permission from anybody to make those kinds of decisions. You make the decisions based on you starting your hooking, practicing it, looking at it, and then deciding, right? You compare you to you, and you say, I like this. I could do this part better. I'm going to work on that part. I'm going to change this, and I think this is how you change it. Let me just go ahead and do that and see how it comes out. That's confidence. That is the only thing that is going to get you from point A to point B with your hooking, is the ability to trust yourself when you're looking at something to say, I do like it or I don't like it. Don't like it just because it came out like the kit was supposed to come out, right? Don't like it just because it came out like the picture, right? What's the point of that? This is a thrift craft, right? But it's still a craft, art craft, right? People will always argue about whether this is an art or a craft. I consider it a craft just because of the nature of the movements, the repetition, the materials, all of that. But regardless, you owe it to yourself to be able to look at your work and evolve according to your timeline, your clock, your tastes, your interests, your everything, right? And if you are a very technical person and less of a creative person, that whole conversation maybe makes no sense, right? Or is galling, because you're thinking, well, no, I'm doing this craft because I want to fill in, I want to buy patterns and I want to make them and I want them to look like they're supposed to look like on the package. If you are saying that to yourself, then, or if you're talking back to me and saying that, then you know that you're a more technical person. And you know what? It's a gift to know the way that you work. And if you are a more technical person, more technical aspects of the craft are going to be more important to you. And is that better or worse? It's neither, right? It's you. You have to honor the way that you work for yourself only. You don't have to do what I'm telling you to do, and you don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. You have to honor the way that you work and your taste. That's the only reason to be doing arts, crafts, anything. I'm loving the way this is looking a little bit mixed. I'm going to keep going with this. I'm keeping just, filling in the tree a little bit, and then I'm going to move to the background next. But I'm filling in, sorry, when my mouth shuts, I'm concentrating, kind of going down here. I'm going to finish this part. Hang on. And I'm going to catch up with the... okay, so I didn't even finish doing this here. Hold on, let me finish with all of the questions here. Francesca, Karen says, when I have a lot, okay, wait a minute. Karen says, when I have a lot of ends up in a small area, I pull up and hide the ends inside the neighboring loop. That is funny. I completely forgot about that, Karen. talk about bag of tricks and then you forget stuff. A lot of people do that. In other words, you're pulling up a loop, right? And there's the end, there's the tail, and you drag it through the loop next to it to hide it so the loops aren't all ratty sitting on top, right? Just pulling it and hiding it under the nearest loop. And because the loops are so close together, right? More as you go on, even tighter together, it's very easy to find a place to just hide it under, like hiding the tail of a braid or something like that, right? Or if you're a needle person, hiding the tail of something, or crochet, hiding the tail, right? You just hide it, right? So that's another great solution for that. Thanks, Karen. I completely forgot about that. And Francesca says, question, any suggestions for not fraying the sides of the wool when you pull the wool strip through the fabric? I'm really glad that you said that. So the thing with that, Francesca, hold on one second. The thing with that is that, so this is a learned thing. This is part of the practice of your hand pulling up the loops, right? You're not doing anything wrong. It's a learned thing, right? You just get used to it. So what's happening is that you're probably going underneath the surface. Jade, do you know where my teaching frame is? Yeah, I'm going to grab my teaching frame. And I'm going to grab a tissue. I'll be right back. Cliffhanger. I'll be right back. Hold on one second. I want to blow my nose and have the teaching frame. I'm kind of stuck back here. I'm kind of trapped. I wonder if I can move these chairs, but there's nowhere to put them, is there? Now I've created a floor is lava situation. You know what? I think he's going to grab me both things. I'll take 1 second to just show. Kathy, did you ask me? Now, who asked me earlier about this piece? Okay, yep. Are there any tissues around?
Close enough. Yeah, hold on a second.
I'll use my teaching frame in a second. Just wanted to show this piece. Kathy, did you ask about this earlier in the thread? This is I'm really close. This is a quilted piece. It's applique. I didn't do this, but let me see if I can put it here. This was on the cover of, I think, the Women's Day Christmas collection from like 1980 something. It looks like this. I really like this part here. Oh, I can't reach. All that colorful, right? But I saw it in a vintage store, and it was really not expensive. It was like $60 or something. Somebody hand appliqued the whole thing, which I thought was really, it's dated, right? It's got like the 80s calicos and stuff, but I really like it. This is the right time of year for it too. But you will definitely see it on the cover of one of those crafting, maybe you recognize it. It's like all nice in the back too, right? They actually mounted it onto a canvas. This is canvas. So they didn't even take the canvas off, they just put it on the canvas. Well, that makes me wonder if there is a painting on the canvas as well. Interesting. Now it's got me wondering. I don't see paint. Interesting. Oh well, that's a mystery for another day. All right. Let's see. Sorry. Da. Okay. So let me one thing. I'm going to put you on mute for a second while I blow my nose. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so when I'm disgusting, I go off camera, and let's see. So this is my teaching frame, and what this is, and even closer, what this is window pane, right? So this is just mesh. I often get questions about this frame. This we just made at the studio here. I don't have a lot of information on it. It's not like a standardized thing. Jay just whacked together some wood so that it would be, and stapled down the window screen, right? This window screen is, I don't know what gauge it is. It's flexible. It's from Home Depot. The only criteria was that, I could put a hook into it, and that's it. So I do get a lot of questions about this, and it's great because it is great as a teaching tool, and I'm thrilled that so many people are teaching. But this is just a plain window screen, right? So this is something you just have to figure out. Bring a hook to Home Depot if you ever want to make one of these, and, for teachers, right? For teachers. It is great for teaching. Excuse me. So, for example, when I am, come up a little bit higher here. When I'm hooking, I'm putting, and Francesca, I'm going to come to the question that you specifically asked. I'm going to use this bigger hook actually because you can see the shaft better. I go right down into the surface, right into the surface. And I am underneath the surface. I am wrapping the edge. That one's too thick. I'm wrapping the edge, the tip, the tail of the strip into the crook of the needle. The crook of the needle is this part, right? Right in there. That's the crook. Now, as a beginner, sometimes I am grabbing it and pulling it so hard, right? Oh, come on, let's get going. Let's do this. Pulling it so hard that I catch it rather than really, it's not properly in the crook. I just catch part of it and I yank it up because I get frantic, right, and frustrated. That can happen, right? That can happen easily. That happens to everybody. That happens to me too still. So I reach down, I put it in the crook, I pull it up, I try to leave the tail up, right? And then I move to the next. I reach down, and you can see what this is what my hand does, right? Your hand might do something different, but this is what my hand does. Grabs the tail, wraps it on the crook, and pulls it up. And then I almost twisted. While I'm pulling it up, this hand is pulling it down, so it gets to the right height. Do you see what I mean? Hold on one second. I'm going to come even closer just for a second, and then we're going to move on. Oh, no, I put my hook through my sweater. All right, there we go. Stupidness. And now I drop my hook. Oh, I'm telling you. Oh, it's like the Gong Show. All right. So, Francesca, I'm getting there, I promise. So I do like this, right? And I'm just going into the next logical hole, wrapping around. Now, some people I'm going to show you from this side what it looks like when I'm hooking. Some people have a slightly different technique. And see how my hand is right up against, right? As I'm feeding the strips, my hand is actually right up against the backing fabric. It's touching it. Some people don't do that. Some people instead work lower down, like put the thing in here and then, well, you got to get it up. You got to get it up to start with. But they do the wrapping way down here and then pull up and then pull down again. You see this a lot. So wrapping way down here, way away from the screen, right? Way lower than the screen, and then pulling up, but then you pull up a lot, right? Because you pull up the distance to where you actually were wrapping it way down here, and then you pull back down. That's a different technique. It doesn't matter if your hand is real close like mine is here, or if it's much further down, right? You do what's comfortable for you there. That part really isn't going to make much of a difference. My point is that when you are having that experience that you are ripping or pulling in the center of the loop and it's like shredding the loop, what's happening is one of two things. You're either not wrapping it in completely and pulling it up. It's not properly in the crook, right? You haven't caught it all. It's like the fish isn't on there real good, right? You haven't caught it all. I kind of stuff it, right? I kind of stuff it into the crook because this is a quite small tip. And I kind of stuff it in, right? It's just a technique thing. But either you're pulling it, you're just catching it, and you're pulling it and ripping it as you go, because I'm catching it in the middle here, or your strip is legitimately too thick for the head of your thing, your hook, right? So this is a much smaller head yet. But even so, this matters more, I think, when you're a beginner. When you've been hooking for a while, you get used to, you just get used to the motion, what to do, and pretty much, for me, any hook is going to be pretty okay. If I accidentally go away for vacation and I only bring a really fine hook, I'm still going to hook my number 7s or 8s. I still will, right? It's not ideal, but it's still going to work pretty much the same way for me. But when you're a beginner, it matters more that you feel like your tool is working right for you. So it could be that the hook is a little bit of the wrong size. It might be a little bit too small for pulling them up. Or it could be that you're not stuffing it into the crook well enough before you pull up. And if you're thinking, oh, well, I feel like I am. I feel like it should be okay. this is just what we're here for, and this is exactly what we're talking about. It's a practice thing. I hope that does not sound patronizing. It's just a practice thing. So your hands do get used to doing what they're supposed to do, and you pull up, and you do sooner rather than later. You will feel that it's in there good, or that you're ripping it in the middle. If you're really pulling up and it doesn't seem to want to come through the backing, let it go and try hooking it again, because you probably have it in the middle and it's going to be a problem. It's going to rip. So it's either that the hook is too small, or that you're not exactly in practice yet of getting it right in there. But I promise you two things. As you hook, let me get my thing back on my lap before we run out of time. See, we pull out just as easy with this craft, and right, it's a lot of fun pulling stuff out too. Um, Shoot, I forgot what I was saying. That doesn't happen, does it? It happens every 5 seconds. Hold on. Pulling it through, ripping as it goes. Oh, so two things. As you fill in, so if you pull up some pieces that got a bit shredded because it's fraying and it's getting caught on the needle, make sure that before you get crazy and go, oh, I'm not cut out for this, make sure that you hook everything around it, right? Because you can trim the frayed parts with your scissors later, and all that fraying will be gone, 100% disappear. And also when you fill in around it, right, it'll clean up your hoops. It'll look a lot more tidy. I promise. I promise. It takes a little while to get used to doing it, but be real thoughtful about making sure it's on there. It is a really common thing to pull up, like, oh, dang it, oh, why isn't it work? And you're definitely ripping the wool strip when you do that. You just got to try again. Didn't hook well, right? Didn't catch that one. Maybe the next one. But I promise it will work. Barbara says fraying. Regarding fraying, make sure that the tapered shaft gets fully inserted. It opens the hole fully. Yeah. So that's a good one, Barbara. So like we were saying with this hook, right? Make sure that you're not Make sure that you open up that hole. And even if you're not dealing with something this thick, which I'm not, I'm going to work with this one again. I'll work with this one actually. This isn't a big shaft, but make sure that you're not right here. Barbara's got a good point. If you're working right here and pulling it up, it hasn't had a chance to open up the hole at all, right? You want to open up the hole a little bit. It's going to be enough, right? This project, this kit, it's going to be enough for you to be able to pull back and have a nice looking loop. So I'm glad that helps, Francesca. You'll see you're gonna do so well so quickly. I promise you, you're gonna be thinking, wow, was there ever a moment that I hesitated, right? And part of that is confidence, and you gather confidence, right? You accumulate confidence just through practice. If you go into something confident to begin with, which a lot of people do. A lot of people come to this craft thinking, well, I already sew, or I already quilt, I crochet or knit. This is another, I weave, right? This is another textile craft. I'm probably going to be good at it. That's a good place to come in. That's where I came into this craft. I had a degree in costume design and construction and making stuff, and I'd already been to school earlier for fashion design. I also went for graphic design. I also went for children's book illustration, right? I went to school lots for lots of different fun things that I couldn't decide. But, in the end, what all of that debt brought me was a lot of happiness, a lot of adventures, but also trying lots of different things, taking lots of different classes, doing lots of different majors, and coming and going from lots of different art schools. It left me, besides the incredible debt, it left me with this feeling in the back of my mind that anything that has to do with working with my hands, I got it, right? Balancing a checkbook, don't got it. Driving a stick shift, don't got it. But doing anything with my hands, you put any tool in my hands, and you give me paint or fiber, I feel like, no, I got this. I got this. And I always do got this. And it's not cockiness. It's just that sort of ingrained feeling that it's similar enough to other things that you know and you've done. And you think, yeah, no, this is going to be fine. This reminds me of this, and this is going to be fine. So that's a good place to start. And I think a lot of people come to this craft already having that feeling because they've done other things. This isn't the most visible craft in the world, certainly, right? It's one of the most invisible. But people, when they find it, it's usually because they've already done other stuff. And someone says, "Have you ever done rug hooking?" And they're like, "Oh, never done that. What's that? What's raw cooking?" "No, rug hooking." "Oh, rug hooking. I thought you said raw cooking." "No, rug hook." "Oh, well, let me look that up and see what that's all about." Right? Those are the people who come new to the craft, and it's usually they came in the back door off some other textile craft. And that's fantastic for us, right? Because there's not a lot of people in the fold right now. So more and more every day. But yeah, confidence. It's all about confidence. So I can see that the time is getting on. And so I'm going to cruise a little bit. I'm really liking, I am doing a mixed background on my tree. You don't have to do this if you don't want. I really like this. I'm liking putting the different whites and off whites together, and I think I'm going to do that for the whole tree. To me, that is fun. I like the way it's looking. I'm a little different. I was a glass artist. Oh, Deborah, that is fun. Did you do like blowing glass, or did you do stained glass or fusing glass? I also really love glass. Deborah, I think it gives you the same confidence, though, doesn't it? When you're used to working with your hands, you have that kind of built in, I got this. I used to teach stained glass years ago, and I really enjoyed that. But with having kids and stuff, obviously it wasn't an ideal craft. When infants are crawling around, I was worried about stuff like that. Just changed crafts. Now, speaking of changing, I just took out one of my pantyhose. I've already got them cut for you, right? They're just cut in circles. This is more like an ankle, and this is headed up north a bit more. But sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, I cut them or don't cut them. This is what I mean. So when you don't cut them, right? For example, watch this. It's maybe better if I demonstrate. I'm not gonna, let me come over here. I'm gonna go around this edge, right? I'm not gonna cut this one. The first one comes up as a single, right? And now underneath, I can feel I've got two tails because it's a ring, right? So that means it has two parts because it's a ring. So first one comes up single because it's just the edge of the tail. And then every subsequent one that comes up, I'm pulling up two at a time. Do you see what I mean? Pulling up two at a time because it's a ring, right? So it's basically this underneath, it's two. So when I'm in areas, and I pull up quite high, and then I pull back down, because pantyhose are super, super stretchy. And the mileage for hooking with pantyhose over wool is fantastic. I feel like it goes faster, it's super mushy. You just cover more. And, in terms of materials, oh, stained glass and fused glass. Oh, how fun is that, Deborah? How fun is that? It is super cool. It's mushy. It fills fast. It has a slightly different feel to it. It's easier to pull up. This is my favorite thing to hook with in the world. And I'm not sure if you've heard this yet. Hold on the thought I was going to. You see how I'm coming into the corner now? Hang on a second. I'm going to bring you even closer. Come a little bit closer. All right. There we go. So, do you see the holes I made when I put that hook through there? So you see how I came to the corner now. So I don't want to waste the material. So I'm actually just going to pull. I've got two underneath, right? Because it's doubled. I'm going to pull one up. Do you get what I mean? Instead of pulling both up, right, like this, the hook is already here. I'm just grabbing one underneath. So I've separated them almost like the tips of a star, just because I don't like to waste and I don't want to distort this corner. You see how nice and sharp this is right now? I've got that. See, the pantyhose it's so mushy. It sneaks right into that corner, right? Just like it fits your legs, right? It just gets everywhere. Um, it goes right into that corner. And it's easy. It's very easy to pull up. It's very easy on my hands. And now that I made that corner, I made that one loop single. Now I can kind of, well, you know what? I'm going to pull that out. I'm going to pull back one. Just want to be sure I'm filling in okay. I could either continue, this is single, right? I'm grabbing one at a time, going in that direction like I'm doing this edge of the star, right? That's what I'm doing here for the moment. But I'm either going to have, if I keep going in two different directions, it's like this strand is doing a split, right? That can only end in X amount of ways. So either I have to come back to the center, almost like a flower, and fill in a little bit so that it joins up again, or I have to cut it underneath so that I can keep going. You'll see what I mean when you get going with it. Now I pull that up a little bit high, but actually looks great. I love the light is going down fast right here. Holy mackerel, I wish you could see the sunset. It's beautiful. So in this case, I was working with it double and then I switched to single a little bit. Let's do a little bit more. I have it double again, right? I'm pulling up a single because I get this tip of it first. And now everything after this is a double. And the reason I'm doing it here is because this is an open space. When I get in between the shelves of the tree, because it's one line, I don't know that I want to do a double. It might be too thick. I might want to do a single. And if I want to do a single, I'm going to want to cut the ring of pantyhose. So instead of being a piece of calamari, it becomes one strip. Do you see what I mean? But right now, this is kind of like an open field. So I'm good with the double because it also does good for speed, right? So I ran out right there. Now, when I open these up too, you do your own technique, right? Because this is not something you need me to describe to you. But when I open up a little piece to work with the pantyhose, right, I typically go like this and I play with it and stretch it a little bit because it makes the edges curl. Do you see how the edges curl into itself, right? And then that's great to work with because there's no edges, right? It's just, and I tend to want to turn it over in my hand. This is a little advanced, right? When you get used to handling and twisting and stuff. Sometimes accidentally it comes up the side with the line on it that curls the two edges curling under. But I like to try to catch it on the top where there are no lines because it makes, what a nice smooth loop it makes, right? So when I do in between, I might want to cut and make it into a strip because this is a really fine line right here. I don't know that I want to do doubles. It might be in the end that I do, but I'm thinking I might want a quite fine line, and then I might want, then I have to cut, so I have a single strip instead of a double strip. I'm just going to concentrate for a second because this is dark on light, right? So it kind of matters that it looks crisp. I think it's looking very crisp. And I can always go in and fool with it later, right? This is a craft, this is not knitting, right? This is a craft where you can always go and fool, as my grandmother used to say, fool with it later. There's a lot to be said with fooling around. You can take stuff out, you can change colors, you can add, you can pull some out if you've been packing too much. Very, very forgiving. What if I'm doing it and I'm a beginner and, sorry, I'm not making any particular voice, right? I'm not like that. What if I'm doing it? It's more than I need to blow my nose, but I'm going to hold off for a little while. I feel like Rudolph right now. I don't know why. When I talk too much, I get so disgustingly phlegmy. Hang on one second. This is what the coffee's for. When you're a beginner, sometimes you look at your work and you think, Maggie, I know you do this, and I love you, so I have to call you on this. Sometimes you look at your work and you go, oh, it doesn't look like hers, right? It doesn't look like Deanna's. I was doing the same pattern as her. It doesn't look like, it's not going to, right? For lots of reasons. If you're just starting, it's going to take, if you're going to expect your work to be the same as mine, right? Then you're going to be doing it for a few years like I have been. And also, we're different people, right? So we work differently. Even when we're both pros, right? We're sitting next to each other at a retreat or we're on vacation and we're in hotel rooms next to each other, Maggie, right? And I look at yours and I'm working on the same pattern. Ours are still not going to look the same, right? And that's the beauty of this craft. They should not look the same. So never think to yourself, oh, hers is better than mine or it looks better. Mine didn't come out that good. Just don't do that to yourself, right? Because you're the only one who's thinking that. Someone else looking at your piece is going to go, oh wow, that looks fantastic. How did you do that? What craft is that? How did you do that? It's true. I'm not kidding. Oh, this mushroom coffee is great. It's really good. It's supposed to be kill your appetite too. That's not happening, but it tastes good. like ready for a pizza or something. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit more of the background. Let's do a little bit more together here. Yeah, I love working with pantyhose. So this is what I was going to say. If you didn't hear me say this, and I didn't do enough of this, right? I like to do some of this. Stretches is out a little bit. Has a little bit, part of the pantyhose are opaque and part of them are transparent. And I just love the variety. It's such a nice old-fashioned material, and you see in early rugs when people had pantyhose like Grenfell rugs, right? They use them because they are super. You would think like, oh, it's so fragile, right? It's so delicate. No, think about it. Well, pantyhose do get runs easy, right? But I mean, they don't atomize, right? They don't like disintegrate, right? I mean, not really. Yes, they get holes and they rip and they meet sharp stuff and have bad endings, but they are durable. You have to give that to pantyhose. They're super durable. And you see a lot of very early rugs, turn of the century rugs that are done with like pantyhose. And yeah, and they didn't have a lot of stretch then, right? Because we're not talking about synthetics yet. But, they're holding up. You look at the Grenfell rugs and you can't argue that the pantyhose have held up beautifully over time, really beautifully. So it is a fun thing, but this is the problem. Hold on one second. I'm trying to make the determination as to whether or not I actually am happy with this hook. I guess I am. Weirdly, the little one I feel was even better. I'm kind of torn. I might switch back. Um, I used to stock pantyhose as of like last week. And if some of you have been looking for pantyhose, which I know some people have been and they're not there, it's because, and I mentioned this on Coffee Time, this is a real heartache. I was getting them from Hanes. And somebody in Canada with a different brand is I went to buy them from. I'm not gonna do the name dropping and stuff because I didn't ask for permission, but somebody I was gonna order them from somebody, and he said, well, I'll send them to you, but the shipping's gonna be incredible, and don't tell anybody, but we get them from Hanes. So, Haynes was the plant was in, Haynes is, I think, in Indiana, but I think the plant was in Indiana. Maybe it was, I'm not sure where it was. Anyway, um, I did it too, right? He said, don't tell anybody. So I didn't tell anybody. And, I share information, but also when someone specifically says, please don't tell anybody, this is like a trade thing and this is part of my income. Um, I respect that, right? So I would never. Things that don't hurt someone else to share, those are the things that I share. Things that might hurt someone else, you won't hear from me. So that's where I was getting mine too. And I was very happy with that situation because it was big, big boxes and I was able to sell them insanely cheaply because they were insanely cheap. And now they're not doing it anymore. So that the plant where I was getting them from, I think it was Indiana actually, closed. And it took me a long time. The person isn't working there anymore who I used to get them from. She was very easy to work with, Nancy. She was very easy. I would just say what I wanted, and she'd say, just send a check, right? And this sounds sketchy, but I'm telling you it's not. It was fine. And and this giant box would come with more pantyhose than I could use, and I was able to sell them very, very inexpensively because they didn't cost very much. So I was very happy with that, and now that's gone. So until I figure out, and they were called waist hose, so they were imperfect. Excuse me. Until I can find out where else I can get waist hose, I won't be able to offer them because at the moment pantyhose are ridiculously expensive. I've totally struck out with figuring out who else is selling waist hose. Oh, Dominique just logged on from Quebec, and Helene is saying hello. I think we have two native French speakers in Canada. That is exciting. Welcome to you both. Welcome, Dominique. Helene, I know that you were there. Welcome. So, if anybody can figure out where there might be waist hose, I would put them in stock again. I was selling them super inexpensively. I was also dyeing them and selling them dyed really inexpensively. And I kept talking about it and promoting it because I thought, for people who don't have an unlimited budget for crafts, this is a great solution. Pantyhose are super easy to hook with. Just coming around the corner here. You can see they're super fast to hook with. It's very easy on your hands. Coloring them is fantastic. I love dyeing pantyhose. I just want to show you right here. If you can see, I'm coming up right on the edge and there's not room for a full loop. So I'm cutting the pantyhose the same way that I would cut wool, and it actually makes a beautiful crisp edge that, because it's even mushier than wool, right, it falls right into where it's supposed to fall. It does just what you expect it to do. It's a beautiful material. And I would love to find more. But at this moment, I haven't. I've really been scouring the earth because I would love to bring them back into stock as a major. And see how I'm starting? Can you tell? Let me see if I can show you this. It's getting tricky with light. Jay, do you think you can fool with the light? Right here, can you tell that's the tail? You see how it's a bunch of little curly birds all curled up onto itself there? That's what it looks like, the cross section of the pantyhose. It's like all kind of wizened up, curled up like a little snail into itself. I think it looks absolutely beautiful. Unlike wool tails that just look kind of ratty, just like the edge, you get like just the edge. Pantyhose, when you cut them, they kind of turn into a little curl and then fall back into the surface, right? I hardly ever trim pantyhose, but when I do, I pull up a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. I'll show you when I get a little bit further down. And then I trim there. So I pull up because they're so stretchy. And then I trim them and it falls right back into doing what it's supposed to do. I can see, oh, okay, I can see. I could see, I'm upside down the way that I'm working. So it's hard for me to see my work, but I'm trying to keep it as close to you as possible on the camera. So I just saw, hey, look at it's our little holiday right here, right? I thought, oh no, what's going on with the edge? Well, there's nothing wrong. It's just a holiday. So I'm going to put a couple more of these guys in, fill the holiday, keep going. I wanted to hook this to the end as usual. And I'm not going to go anytime soon, but I am wondering if I am going to make it to the end. We do a lot of stopping when we do hook-alongs, but this is what we're here for, isn't it? We're supposed to be doing stopping because I'm showing different techniques. I'm showing things that I figured out. Other people are chiming in with their own ideas and techniques. And like when Lisa said, well, I'm holding the hook this way now. Super helpful. That's why we're here. But I don't do as much hooking as quickly as I should. Let's see. And then I'm going to gun it for a while, right? And just for a little while and see if I can cover some ground. I do want to keep an eye on the comments and everything too. It's nice when you get to the end of the pantyhose because you get that single hose, that single loop again. And then it's fun to kind of just pull at them to make them even. It's incredible how nice and even they look. They're much squishier than the wool. And as I say, the way that they dye in the vat, like dyeing DYE, is fantastic. It reminds me of, oh, Gail! Gail's logging on in Australia too. Good morning, sunshine. They take the same kind of dye pantyhose in case you have some or in case you want to order whatever quantity, right, from some place. You find some good place, Temu or Amazon or Alibaba or whatever, and you get a bunch of pantyhose, and maybe you don't get 2,000, but you get, I don't know, 20, 50, something like that. And you're thinking, oh, I'd like to do some dyeing. Well, if you already do dyeing and you use either the Cushing or the Pro Chem or the Dharma or whatever, whatever dyes that you're using for wool are going to work for the pantyhose too. So it's not like you want to work with pantyhose. Oops, sorry, that was my head. It's not like you want to work with pantyhose and you want to dye them and you're going to have to invest in a whole other line of dyes. No, you use the ones you've already got. Those are the ones I use. I use the same ones for all of those materials and they work great. It's only when I'm looking to dye something synthetic like stretch velvet or something with a high synthetic content that I then have to look for different dyes, right? And weirdly, RIT, right, that old brand has a lot of good options for synthetic dyes. I personally don't use them a lot for wools and cottons and stuff like that and silks, sari silks and stuff because the companies that I buy from right now, and my main one is Dharma, DHA. DHARMA. Dharma is my favorite. But I also love Pro Chem. I also love Cushing. And as I often say, there are different colors that I like from different manufacturers. There are some colors that there is just no equivalent of in a different dye line. And for that reason, I tend to use many different lines because there are colors that are dear to me that I would not want to give up and only come, from whoever, and then I get this one from that other place and then this one from that other place. And you know what I just realized is so neat is when I started hooking around this star, which is quite golden, I just happened to pick the one piece of pantyhose that had a little bit of a yellow stain on it, like it must have hit the pot or something and got a little bit of yellow on the edge of it. And it's kind of working. You probably can't tell on camera, but it's a happy accident because it's right next to the yellow star and it looks like a little bit of starlight. You know what I mean? There we go, starlight without Hoagie Carmichael, right? We're getting a little bit, probably can't see, but and you see how those loops are a little bit smaller? Well, that's because I had cut that piece of pantyhose a little bit thinner, and it was thinner. Like this is a really thin piece, and it's very transparent. So this is gonna, I have the option when I've got a piece like this that's that thin, and it's the sheer, right? So it's not like it's got a lot of body. It's not gonna rip. That's not gonna happen. But I have the thought in my head, do I want to double it up yet again, right? Do I want to go all cat's cradle? So if I pull it up just like this, I've got a double strand. But if I double it again, then I've got a quadruple, right? So I think I might do that. Let me show you what that looks like. You can also hook it like, did you see how I put them together, kind of like a magician's trick? So it turns into one loop, right? Things that your hands figure out, right? That falls into the category of things that your hands figure out as time goes on. So let's see. Because it just takes, there's nothing wrong with using it smaller, right? Having the little smaller loops coming up. But I know I can go faster if my piece is a little bit thicker. So for me, speed is always a thing, but particularly when we're doing a hook and I want to get in as much as I can without it being like, ridiculous time. Yep, that got me right around the corner there. Let me do a little bit more. I can see there's a little holiday here. See, I get really crazy. I don't know if that's even noticeable. Yeah, that's noticeable. Let me fix that. Let's see. Oh, Kirsten, you made it. Oh, it's busy days and it's right in the middle of the day. Good to see you, my buddy. All right, I'm going to fill this little holiday in because that might not drive you crazy, and if it doesn't, don't be looking for holidays and don't be looking for stuff that drives you crazy. For me, if it's glaring, I have to address it. But if it's not glaring and I didn't notice it, I'm not going to go looking for ticks on the dog, you know what I mean, so to speak. Because what for? You're just wasting time, wasting materials. If it already looks good, you don't see anything wrong with it, you're good. You typically don't get ever again as close to your work as you do while you're working on it, right? If you're doing a rug, probably judging whatever height you are, you're probably at least 5 feet away from the rug when it's on the floor, right? So whatever little things happen or go wrong are imperfect in your mind, you're not going to be able to see them when it's on the floor. And kind of the same thing with something on the wall. Yeah, it's closer to your face, but really, are you ever going to be as close to it as you are looking at it with like really close-up glasses as the days that you're working on it? Probably not. So just try to take it a little bit easy on yourself. Lean into the idea of doing stuff that's a little more higgledy-piggledy. You can see with the green, right, I'm filling in the green for the pantyhose. You can see because I dyed it 2 different colors, right, it's making it a little bit mottled. And I think that that's exciting. I also like my tree 2 different colors. I think that that's exciting. I'm going to continue along here and come around here. I'm going to fill in a little more while my mouth runs. And we'll see how we're doing. This piece is a bit more opaque, right? So this and it's big too, so we know. This must have been further up the thigh. I'm definitely going to cut this one because it's going to be really thick if I don't, and I want to fill the rest of this in. If you're interested in the colors that I used for this, everybody got different colors for the balls on the tree, right? But as far as the pantyhose back in the background, what I'm hooking right now, if you're interested, the 2 colors that I used to do the pantyhose were both Dharma, right? Both Dharma brand. I used forest green and country green. Those are the two colors I used. I used them separately. I mixed them together. I did some mottled. I did some stirring so that we had variety. And there were, even though these two colors are basically married together and therefore they're going to work great together, they have different values, right? Because some of them were in longer, darker, higher concentration, but it is only those two colors. So if you're thinking, "Ooh, I love that color," um, it's either forest green or country green by Dharma. Dharma is in California. I love the brand. I love the brand. And I love all of my dyes. I love all of my dyes. I love all of the. How can I sit that you can see me better? Hang on. Let me do this like this. Just going to move a little bit in the chair and get a different angle. Come even closer. There we go. Yeah, I really love dyeing as well. I just dyed a set earlier this morning. It was a bit of a thing today. So, it's been a busy weekend. Starting on Friday was that day that we went to my mom's right straight from school. I actually picked them up a little bit early to avoid that fantastic Hartford traffic, and went to my mom's and went and picked out a tree and all that. And so by the time and put her tree up over there, and by the time we finished up with the tree and everything, it was bedtime. And then the next day, I dropped the kids off and their dad at home, and I went out with my sister, and we did a few other Christmassy things on the list. And then I got home and I was working on projects and orders and stuff like that. So by the time we hit, Saturday, it felt like Sunday, and then we hit Sunday, and it was like, whoa, really, really confused. And now the kids are off school today, Monday, so I'm super confused. It's like we had two weekends back to back, which is a lot of fun. I have to say, we listened to that song. Oh, which one says, and Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. And when we listen to that, the kids always go, they don't like that line that Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. And Teddy said the other day, he's like, is that like a joke? Like, is that like a parent's joke? And I said, it is, but like, I have never felt like that. I guess I'm very lucky, but I love it when they're around. Like, it's not that they don't drive me crazy with their wrestling and all that, but I love it when they're around. Whenever it's a day off school, I think, oh yeah, because I'm also happy for them, and I'm thinking, well, they can sleep a little bit longer, and it just makes me feel happy. I'm never looking forward to them going back to school at the end of the summer, or I always think that this Christmas break is not long enough, and I always think, why do these kids have to be in school so much? We do so many nice things at home. We do so many nice trips and day trips and stuff. We do so much fun educational stuff that matters. Why do they have to be at school so much? I mean, I get it. I get it. Don't think I don't get it. But, I guess it's just I'm a bit of an older parent. Sometimes I think that, we're using the school system as like as a babysitter. And I would like to do that part. So it's kind of funny, though. That's whenever that song comes on, that is a thing. Because they don't know, my kids don't know me to have that kind of mentality of like, seen, not heard, can't wait for you to disappear again. They, they know that that's not how I feel. So it's just funny to them. It's an alien sentiment that a parent would be like, wishing their children invisible and gone. But I get that too. I get that too. Depends on the kid, right? Oh, I'm coming around the tip of the star, and I'm trying to be careful because, we took some labors to get the tip of the star right. Now, when I do the pantyhose, when we do the last loop, sometimes it comes up a little bit bigger because it's like a little bit a hair longer than you want it to be. Then just pull the loop next to it, right? So you can make it a good size again. Loving the way it's coming out. The monitor is not really picking up, and we've now gone from sunset to dusk outside. It's not picking up the colors really great, right? The colors are, I think, greater than they look. And I'm finding a little holiday here. See that? It caught my eye. It's quite a substantial holiday. Do you see that whole area? Um, let's get back in there. Donna says, so are you hooking with the whole round and hooking two at a time? Oh, no, that's okay. I was hooking with the whole round. I didn't cut that. I only cut it so far when I was here because I thought that's really fine, and I don't want to go too heavy-handed with that. But everything else I've been doing with the 2 just because it's faster. And it is something you can get a feel for, right? It might be that you prefer hooking single and then you want to cut it, or it might be that you accidentally cut it not thinking, right? I do that sometimes too. I cut like a whole bunch of pieces and I think, oh no, I didn't want any of those cut for this particular part. And it still works. It just takes a little longer to get all the loops up when you're not going double. But in terms of how it looks, it's going to look the same in the end. It's going to look great. And like I say, I pull up a little bit harder with the pantyhose because they've got so much stretch. They can take it. You'll be amazed at how much mileage you get. Can you put the light a little bit lower so we have better light? You'd be surprised at how much mileage you get with the pantyhose because they're stretchy. You know, even more than like t-shirts, because sometimes we hook with t-shirts. This one I accidentally separated, so hang on. I got to fix this or we're going to have... Oh, my stomach is growling like crazy. Do you hear that? Holy mackerel, it's like the world is ending.
You want one of the shakes?
Yeah, I guess I want one of the shakes. No, I guess. I want like a sub, like I want a 12-inch sub. But I will take one of the shakes. I'm trying to do some weight loss stuff here. All right. Come back around here for a little while.
No cholesterol in a shake.
That's true. Yeah, that was one of the things that came back from the doctors. My cholesterol's not good. That's the first time I've heard that. And I thought, well, that's okay. You know, he said eat the Mediterranean diet, and I'd never heard of it. So I said, what do you mean, like Italian food, like pizza and pasta? He said, no, like other Mediterranean countries. I guess it's like a thing, the Mediterranean diet. And I'm thinking, well, Italy's on the Mediterranean. But okay, but I get the point. I get what not to eat. And I thought, well, that's fine. Everything in moderation, right? It's not a 4-alarm fire yet. And I like all food. Luckily, that's not a thing. I like all food. So if I'm just supposed to eat the Mediterranean diet, that's fine. I like that too. Now, see, this is the big piece, and you know what? Let me cut it. So, Donna, with this one, I am cutting it, making a nice big long piece. And remember, when you cut it and when you work it in your hands, it curls up on this side. You've got like the 2 pieces coming together because it curled flat. You see what I mean? I try to hold it so that I have this side showing. Is it going to make a big difference whether I hook a big part of it and it has this side? No. Is it still going to look green? Yeah, it's fine. But, oh, good, Kathy. Good, good, good. But this, you know, is even better, right? You know how you see like the antiques people going good, better, best? It's best to not have that showing. And you know, I always leave the tails up with pantyhose, unlike wool, because they curl themselves up into that beautiful shape. It reminds me of like a little nautilus, right? It does a little nautilus thing, curls up into itself. And I just feel like it looks great. It's interesting. It looks great. It's not glaring the way that a blunt cut piece of wool is. You know, it does a better job of being invisible. And so I don't bother about tails or no tails. Now, this piece of pantyhose, this ring of pantyhose, was a bit thicker than the one before it. So the line between my two tree segments here is going to be a little bit thicker and more noticeable. Is that a problem? Well, it's not a problem for me. If it's a problem for you, you can always pull your pieces out and choose a different, thinner piece to hook with. Another thing, right, this is a beginner idea. Another thing, if you're working with a kit and you've got a bunch of pieces that are cut, as with this, more with the wool than with the pantyhose, this next remark. You can, if you feel like my hook is catching them, you know, I'm not Francesca, I don't mean you for this. I just mean in general. If you feel like your hook is catching stuff and whatever, it might be that you are just generally better with small cuts, right? That can happen. Just better with small cuts. Some, you know, painters like to paint with a really thick brush. Some like a really fine brush, right? Some people like to do pen and ink with a really, really thin nib, and others like really broad, like Chinese brush kind of a nib. It's a preference thing, right? So some people do prefer working with a thinner cut or a thicker cut, wider, thinner, whatever. Sometimes there is a really clear preference. And if that's the case, and you get a kit like this one that has some thicker pieces of wool, you can just take your scissors and cut them right up the middle and make them half the size, right? You can slice them right up the middle. Make sure that you are using the materials that you have, whether they come in a kit from me or from someone else. I always appreciate it when it's me. Make sure that you are using them in the way that you like them, right? You can alter your materials by cutting them up. I don't mind. What makes, you know what that says to me? You're confident. You're feeling confident, right? To me, there's nothing better than that, right? When I'm doing teaching or doing stuff like this or whatever, when I'm trying to show you how to do the class and get you to loosen up a little bit and trust yourself, the main thing I want for you is confidence. That's what I want. That's my main object, is for you to feel confident about your hooking, about your designing, about other little bling things that you do and other techniques that you do. I just want you to feel confident, because when you're confident, you feel happy and relaxed, and you make good decisions and you work a little bit faster because you trust yourself more, right? So do whatever you need to do to my pattern. Take out your Sharpie marker if you want more stars. Don't hook the stars if you don't like the stars. If you think the wool is too thick, cut it. Make it half the thickness, right? Cut it thinner. You do whatever you want to do to what you've got, to make it to your taste, right? To make it work for you. No point in wasting supplies. Do you remember when we were on the other day? It was, I guess it was, I wasn't on last Friday because we did the tree, but it must have been oh, you know what it was? It was the Friday before. It was the day after Thanksgiving. I was on with my good friend, Rebecca Martin, Storyteller Wool. She's one of my best friends. Love her. I just love her. And we were talking about her new book, which is absolutely grand. And she was saying, sorry, I was concentrating because I'm doing the tip of the star. She was saying how she, she's in Colorado. She's near Karen. She gets a lot of. I have to blow my nose in a minute. She gets a lot of. I'm sorry, like leftover stuff from people. People pass away. People give up the hobby. Things change. I think now that I'm not between anymore, I'm going to go back to the double because I can hook a little bit faster. She was saying how she gets a lot of materials from people who are, passed away or not hooking, and they are typically of the era that the person was learning in. And if we're talking about the middle or early 20th century, we're talking about really fine cuts, threes and fours. And she gets those, and she says she doesn't necessarily want to work in that cut. Oh, thank you. I'm like a bottomless pit. I'm just a garbage pig.
This is good for you. So I'm making one too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is good. That's a chai flavored shake. Hold on one second. I'm gonna blow again. Hold on. Thank you. All right. There we go. Um, she was saying when she gets those really thin pieces that she doesn't necessarily want to use that way, she'll take like a handful of threes or fours and she'll hook like I'm doing here with them doubled up or tripled up or quadrupled up, and she'll just hook with many at once, and they come up like a little spray of flowers, right? A little spray of grass, and it's better than not using it, right? Because when you got materials from someone or someone in your guild or someone in your life isn't hooking anymore for whatever reason, there's no point in wasting the materials, right? Just because it's not the right cut for you. If it's too big, cut it down and make it thinner. If it's too thin, double it up, triple up, pull up a bunch at once. But think about using them, right? Think about using them, because think about how you can use them, because also just the very romantic idea that you're honoring that person. Somebody took time to cut them, right, with a little stupid cutter. And, that's time out of their life. And also they had the idea and the hope and the intention to finish a project with them. So, you take them over, and just because they're not the exact right cut for you, don't put them in the trash. Think about using them, and just, have the confidence to say, well, I am going to use them, but I'm going to use six at once because I don't like working with thin stuff, and it takes forever, right? Nothing wrong with that. You can see I just pulled up that loop, and oops, I just pulled down a couple at the same time, and it was too tall, so I'm going to try again. It was just too big of a loop. Sometimes, I have to really control my hands underneath because the pantyhose are a little bit stretchier. So sometimes they do want to get away from you, and you gotta just pinch on them a little bit harder. There we go. Filling in that area, really nice. Really, really love this. All right, let me grab. Hold on. I'm gonna grab my chai. Mm-hmm. Man, I love working with pantyhose. Come a little bit closer to you. I'm wondering, let me do a little more with pantyhose. I love it that much. I'm never going to finish this whole thing today, I'll tell you. Although I love sitting and working on it, I'll never finish the whole thing. Now, this one is much thinner. Again, you can tell, right? It was cut about the same width, but it's a more sheer part of it, so it's a little bit thinner. So I've got that one. I've got that one doubled up. So that's making four, a width of four. And like I said before, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but when you're hooking with the pantyhose, they're so mushy and cushiony that they kind of just meld into the loops next to where they're sitting. They meld right into the neighbors. And that's a good thing, right? Because it makes it harder to identify holidays, right? Because there's probably plenty of holidays in there, but they're so mushy, cushy that I'm not seeing the holidays. Just really fun to work with them. I find it really hard when I start working with pantyhose if it's something like this where it's almost like when you come out of the hot tub you're at the hotel and there's a pool and there's a hot tub and you were already in the pool and you think, oh, the pool was fine, like the temperature was fine, there's nothing wrong with that pool, but then you go into the hot tub and you're so comfortable that you go back into the pool and it's like, oh, hell no, we're not going to do this, and you come shooting out. It's kind of like that for me with pantyhose and wool. Because I love working with wool. I'm a rug hooker, right? I have to love working with wool. But sometimes when I work with pantyhose and wool at the same time, it's the hot tub pool thing. And I think, yeah, there's no way. Now I'm going to do this for another 5 hours because it's so easy and it's relaxing and it's easy on my hands and it's just fun. But some people have hooked with pantyhose and don't like it, right? Same thing as frames, not frames, hoop versus frame with a comb, all of this stuff. It's all preference. And you don't know until you have tried it yourself. There's no point in listening to what somebody on an internet forum says, right? You can say on a forum, what's your favorite whatever? And then you get some ideas. Perfect, right? Perfect. But as far as being able to say yourself, that's the best, just because it's someone's favorite, including your favorite, doesn't mean it's the best. It means that it's your favorite, right? And it goes the same for everyone. So some people love hooking with the pantyhose. Oop, I want to do that one was like upside down. Some people really don't. And again, preference. It's the same thing with the velvet. A lot of people, I love hooking with the stretch velvet. A lot of people don't. The only thing that sort of stops me from hooking with stretch velvet more is that it does that linty thing, right? It's got a lot of lint that kind of comes off of it, and that drives me a little bit nuts even when I cut it with my rotary cutter. So, I do a lot of projects that have quite a lot of velvet because I love the sparkle and the shine to it. It's so beautiful and luxury. But that one part of it, then I stand up and I feel like I've been dusted by like the, golden dust fairy has like sneezed on me and I'm just covered with glitter. That can drive me crazy. There's pros and cons to absolutely every material that you might hook with. Wendy, I don't know if Wendy's still on, but Wendy used to hook with pantyhose quite a bit. And I mean, if you remember these images that we saw in past coffee times, cocktail times, this is like incredible. Like Wendy's plastic bag stuff was incredible. Plastic bag, like shopping bag, right? And Helene says, do you use Prochem to dye your nylons? I do. Prochem is great for dyeing nylons. Same Prochem, same dye line that you use for wool with Prochem, because but Prochem also makes like frisbee dyes and different kinds of specialty dyes. You don't need that. You use the dye that they have lines. All the companies say, what are you dyeing? Are you dyeing like natural fibers like wool, cotton, um, silk? And you're like yes, and then it shows you what colors are available for that line. But ProChem does a lot of different dyes for different materials. And yeah, just the plain old one that you would use for your dyeing for your rug hooking, dyeing your wool, is going to be the same one. It dyes beautifully. Forest green, the ones that dyed this, forest green and country green, are Dharma colors, but they could just as easily be ProChem. If you got those remember at Halloween, I put out those like Halloween bags. They were like pretty big drawstring bags, and they were loaded with pantyhose. I make myself sad just thinking about it. Like 20, 30 colors of pantyhose. And they came in the bag. It was like the trick or treat bag, right? That was this past Halloween. A lot of those, I mean, that was a good mix between ProChem and Dharma with those bags. It was so many different colors, all brilliant and bright colors, just really beautiful. They all come out great. And Cushing too. Cushing comes out great too. Any of the ones that are good for your um, wool. Just gonna finish. I got one more little strip going. Just gonna finish here, and then I'm gonna think about if I want to move to something else. So much fun once you get going, isn't it? And if you are beginning and this is your first project, whether you're watching me live or you're watching me later or you're watching me next year, creepy as that sounds, just want to remind you, right? We all had to figure this out. Everybody who's good and fast at doing this figured it out. And I'm just moving around a little bit. Gotta get comfortable again. We all figured it out. We all had different ways of approaching. We were all good at some things and not others right out of the gate, and it's the same for everyone. And this is pulling up loops. This craft is pulling up loops. You do a little bit, you practice, you get some good techniques, you get your hand to obey and to do what you have in your head, right? You get that hand brain coordination. It takes time for all of us. And this is a simple pattern, but when you're starting, nothing is simple, is it? So just got to give yourself some time, work on it when you feel like it, and make sure that I'm not, it sounds like I'm signing off. I'm not signing off. Make it just how you want to make it. At the end right there. Oh gosh, I love this. I'm really enjoying this, I have to say. Really enjoying this. I'm just looking at it now. Right? I haven't gotten much done, have I? Normally I'm super, super fast, but I'm doing lots of sipping and talking. I'm really reluctant to start filling in the tree until I feel like I have more information in place. I'm wondering, I'm going to do a little more. I think I'm going to do a little more over here. I'm going to come over here a little bit. I'm moving on my backing just a little bit. I'm going to make it so that I come into this corner soon. Tight as a drum. Tight as a drum. All right. Or is this better for you? Oh, that's not bad for you. All right, let's see. And I've already done this much with the pantyhose. I still have an absolutely full bag of pantyhose. Right? This is what it looks like when I opened it. Was this bag of I mean, it's incredible how far the pantyhose go. Now I can tell that this is a control top, right? I'm very familiar with the way that this looks. And it's still going to work the same way. It's just a bit more opaque. Give it some good stretchies, right? So that it gives me a little extra material. Let's see. I've got it doubled up still. Very fun working this pattern. This is a simple pattern. Sometimes people say, what should I start with? What's a good beginner's pattern? That's always a hard one for me because, simple patterns with simple shapes are, I guess, good for beginners to start with. But I do feel strongly that even if you're a beginner and your main thing is to just learn the technique, I feel like you should still start with a pattern that you really like, because it's like, you know, it's a what's the point, isn't it? If you're a beginner and you're like, well, what should I do? Should I start with a, just like an open field with a star in it or a couple of hearts or something? Well, I mean, you can just to get the technique going, but I mean, it's still your time, isn't it? And I'm just coming to the edge. Let me just say, I'm just coming to the edge here, and I wanna go right to the edge of the line because I'll probably put a border of some sort on it. I'll probably do a different video on that later this week. But I don't want it to exceed the height of the line. So I'm going to actually pull up here with the next natural loop, and then I'm going to cut it at the height. And this is what I have left in my hand, this little guy. But he's gonna go into service. So I feel like this is a good beginner pattern because it has a bit of a like a the right feel for this time of year. It's got this nice evergreen pattern. This pattern, if you're totally new to the channel, I often talk about very iconic rug hooker from the 19th century called Magdalena Eby. She was from the part of Pennsylvania that Lisa is from. She was from Perry County. Lisa, you're not in Perry County, right? Are you Duchess? No, you are, aren't you? You're well. Lisa is one of the Magdalenas. That is the guild out there. Oh, thanks, Goretti. I'm loving it too. I feel like the colors are going well. In any case, Magdalena was like one of the, if not the first, earliest rug hooker that we can name who did quite a lot of rugs in her lifetime. She was a woman who lived in the very, very rural, then very rural part of Pennsylvania. And, she married and unfortunately she became pregnant and her husband died when the child was very, very young, drank bad water. So I guess that would be cholera. And then she found herself, I'm just thinking, did she have a child? Yes, she did have a child. Um, she found herself alone again and she ended up moving back to the family farm, which was substantial, so that was okay. But in her lifetime, she lived to a good age. I can't think off the top of my head when age she was when she passed, but she didn't have a short life like her husband did. And she ended up moving back to the family farm and you know things changed and she never again had her own house. She lived with the family and the other people who were there, the older people, other single people, spinster people, widowed people, the whole mashup. And I guess one of the very, very sad, obviously, but I guess one of the things positive to be said about that kind of scenario where you have like a bit of your own life and then you end up having a catastrophe like that, a loss, and you're in Perry County. Okay, good. Thanks, Lisa. You end up having to go back home and then not having your own space again. One good thing, oh, I found a holiday right there. One of the good things about that is that when you move into a house with a lot of other people and a lot of other women, the work is divided, right? So that is a good thing. And you get maybe a little more time than someone who's running their household all alone, one woman show. You get a little more time to work on other things besides everything, everything household. So that was the case with Magdalena. She did a lot of rugs. She did a lot of rugs. We're not even sure how many rugs. And there are a lot of rugs that are attributed to her, and there's a lot of rugs that could in the future be attributed to her. Um, she was an extraordinary person. She did beautiful work, but it was very simple, and it was based on. I'm going to get that little holiday before I lose track of where it is. Now, where did it go? Right here. Is that it? Maybe. Um, she was in an isolated part of the world, and she only the idea she came up with for the designs of the rugs were based on what she saw out the door, the farm, the animals, the domestic pets. It wasn't like she was hooking the Eiffel Tower, right? It wasn't like that kind of thing. So she hooked what she knew, and she did a lot of like really sort of country, very simple country motifs. She worked in what we would certainly call a folk art style, meaning sort of no regard for perspective or proportion, things out of proportion. Um, you know, Animals floating in the air, not grounded at all. No perspective lines, right? No horizon lines. not that kind of an artist, right? She had no experience or exposure to that, and she is one of the great early American folk artists, and she is arguably one of the most, if not the most important fiber artist. In my mind, she's certainly the most important early rug hooker because of the amount of work that she did during that early period of rug hooking, right? Like late 19th century, 1860s and on. And one of the motifs that she did a lot was this tree that looks like this upside down, looks like that, right? With the little stump under it. So, what are you doing, baby? So she was, that was one of her big motifs, sometimes called the bouquet tree or the lollipop tree. And I've turned it upside down for some designs this winter. As soon as I thought of it, one of my great middle of the night thoughts, as soon as I thought of it, I thought, oh, I want to do a whole bunch of things that have that motif using Magdalena's tree as an evergreen for the season because probably, I'm not even going to say probably, I'm going to go full throttle and say it is the most famous tree in rug hooking. And rug hookers typically know it, um, recognize it because Magdalena's work is out of copyright because of its age, right? So it's definitely before 1928. Her designs can be copied, and they often have been in great tributes with new kind of takes on the subject. But she very often would have like the lollipop tree with animals from the farm or from the house kind of floating around however they fit, almost like she had cut stencils for them and they're kind of floating in the air, not grounded at all, right? Not like where you would expect to find them, just floating through the air. And really recognizable, really beautiful work. And for people who are rug hookers, whether you are interested in history or not, it's part of our history. If you're sitting there and you're watching me and you're holding a hook or thinking about picking up a hook, it's part of your history too, right? You're a part of it. So, Cat's Gallery, did you lean on the keyboard? Did you reach for something and lean on the keyboard? Oh, I'm going to have another swig. God, I love this project. Hmm. But anyway, in terms of being a beginner and coming to a project like this, I think it's a good project because it is a primitive style project, right? It's folky. Primitive in rug hooking terms literally means it's cut to a number eight, which is a quarter of an inch or above or thicker. That's just in rug hooking terms. Primitive, it also refers to the style, right? That it's not, it looks a bit naive. It's in the what we now call the primitive folk art style, right? So a lot of rug hooking fits that category. A lot of it doesn't, but a lot of it does. And this certainly does. Very folky, very simple lines, motifs that are used often in primitive art, like stars, like lamb's tongues, right? You see this a lot. So as soon as you start seeing motifs that are associated with a certain school of art, like primitive art, we are talking about a primitive piece. And we are talking about simple lines, right? We're not talking about trying to get shading and doing things that are technically a little bit more difficult. So for that reason, I think this is a great starting project. I personally like to hook in the primitive style always. Sometimes I don't, just for variety, because I have a brand and I, try to sell stuff, and I want to appeal to a lot of people's tastes, not just my own. But personally, my favorite style is primitive. I feel like it has the most wiggle room to be original and creative because I'm not trying to make any one form literal, right? If I wanted this to be a very realistic tree, I would have a lot of shading in it. I would expect it to be a specific color of green, right? I would expect it to look realistic. But that's not the kind of project that I'm working on. And I've got a white tree with some butter colors in it. And I could likewise hook a blue tree and say, there we go. I wanted a cobalt blue tree for Christmas, and now I've got one, right? So with primitive style, I feel like it has more, I personally feel like it has more creative possibilities. I'm just digging around in here a little bit. Let's see. I'm holding my piece upside down still so that we can work together a little bit. Oh, thanks, Lisa. Couldn't not do it. I think last year I missed it somehow. Um, I don't remember being on live last year. I also remember last year was a Great Depression year for me. So yeah, that was one. That was kind of I was in survival mode for much of it, and hopefully that wasn't too obvious on camera. But I didn't have a lot of extra in me. Whereas this year, feeling pretty good. So far, so good. Have not gone bonkers lately. There's a time and a place for it. I'm sure it'll be back, but it's not lately. So I'm coming up around the edges of the star again, and I'm making decisions as I go about what makes sense. Oh, and once in a while I pull up a loop that has like extra dark in it, like there's a little grain of dye that kind of stuck to it and attacked and it has a little pop of dark or more saturated color. Oh, I love it when that happens. There we go. That one came up a little bit high, so I'm going to pull up a little bit and trim. I'm going to come right around the edge of this, and then I'll think about maybe doing something over here. But you can see it is coming up all mottled, quite pretty. Oh, Jane, that is naughty. Thank you so much, sweetie. Oh, that is naughty. I'm going to come to these guys now, too. Now, you know what's going on here. I think I've got the top of the control part of the leg. Yeah, I do, because look, you see the little stitches in there? You see the little stitches holding on? So I'm not going to wrench it open because it's going to rip. I'm just going to come in there. Isn't that pretty? It looks like the back of a little corset or something. I'm just going to come in here and trim it out like this. Thank you, Jane, you sweetie. Wait a minute, what time is it over there? It's 10 o'clock, huh? Diane, there you are. Happy National Rug Hooking Day. Good to see you. Oh, a little more there. Got a little more corset action happening there. So I'm going to trim that too. And I'm going to have two lovely pieces of calamari that I can move forward with. Oh, see, when I do that with my hands, you know how I've been doing this all along? That feels really thick. So I'm definitely not going to want to double that up. I'm going to do this. This is a different part of the pantyhose. This is the tippity top. So I'm going to see how it looks doing it single. But this is how wide the piece actually is when I unroll it. So it might be that I need to get the big scissors out later and cut it in half if it really gives me a hard time. We'll make a determination based on how it looks. Now, I feel I'm at a disadvantage experimenting with this piece here because this piece is a little bit different. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage because I'm at kind of a crucial part in the composition. Do you see what I mean? I'm at the tippity top near the top prong of the star on the Christmas tree, right? So this is like the top real estate, right? As far as the composition goes. I wouldn't normally be experimenting with something that might look slightly different in such a crucial part of the composition. But for me, I have a really, I trust pantyhose. What a weird, get ready for a weird sentence. I trust pantyhose so much that I know that I can make it work. But if I was going to do something different, like experiment with some different material or something, I would choose a very innocuous part of the composition to fool with. I would not choose the top of the star on the top of the Christmas tree, right? But you can see it is, I hope you can see. You can see it looks a little bit different in texture, right? This is an extreme close-up, but I don't think it looks different enough to abort the mission. I'm going to keep going. If it looked different enough to you and you're thinking, oh, that just looks a little bit darker or more grainy than the other parts because it has a little bit more of the stretch content right there, then then you could pull it out and save it for a different part that is a little more off the beaten path. It is good, isn't it? It is, Diane. I'm loving this pattern. I really do. I really love it. So happy. Sometimes when I'm awake in the middle of the night, it's that thing, it's the depression or it's that thing that sometimes I talk to you about on coffee time where it's like you wake up and you're like, God, I must have cancer. I bet something's wrong with me and I don't know it yet and it's not going to be good and oh, my kids. And, you have those big thoughts in the middle of the night. Everybody has that and it's not good. We talked about this a little bit in the Robert Frost class last night, too, when we were looking at the poem called After Apple Picking. Because if you know that poem, it's like, it's not really about apple picking. It's about this man who he picks apples in the orchard, and when he goes to sleep at night, there are lines of the poem where he's kind of drifting off, and then it'll be like, oh, I think I left the one of the baskets by the tree, and I think there were still a couple left on the bough of this tree. He's going through it all in his head, and he's supposed to be sleeping, right? And he's keeping himself awake, and he's kind of nodding off, but he's thinking about worries about the day, and that's just life, isn't it? That whole sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, work. That's what we try to avoid. That's what we warn against. But unfortunately, that is the nature of life. Sometimes for large amounts of years. That's not the situation that I have here. This is exactly what I want to be doing with my life. I had my kids very, very late. My life is exactly the way that I made it to be, and I'm very happy with it. But I do that thing in the middle of the night where I basically do the equivalent of, God, I wonder if I left that basket of apples out, you know. Oh, I hope I finished that. I wonder if the stove is on, that kind of thing. Everybody does that. But once in a while, those horrible middle of the night wake ups, where you freak yourself out over nothing, um, yield something really positive. And on this occasion, I remember there was one night that I woke up and I don't even know what I was thinking. Something stupid, something not stupid. I mean, I thinking, oh God, have I had my mammogram lately? I ended up making an appointment for the physical, and then I just had the physical because I thought, oh my God, how long has it been? God, by the time I get in there again, my head's going to be hanging on by a thread, that kind of thing. But on this particular occasion, it was like, okay, steer thoughts away from those bad places. Try to think about, give yourself an assignment. Try to think about what would be a good pattern for spring. What would be a good color for the background of that Jane Austen piece that you're working on? These are the kinds of things I try to say in the middle of the night rather than, oh, when's the last time I had a mammogram, right? There's degrees of insanity in the middle of the night. So on this occasion, I was thinking, oh, let's think about work stuff, thinking about patterns and thinking about designs that I like and designers I like. And then I thought, God, I love Magdalena so much. Oh, just love her tree. And yeah, and then I was half asleep and my brain thought, wait a minute, if you put the tree upside down, um, I'm going to have a good situation going with what looks like a Christmas tree. And that's exactly what happened. And I woke up and I did the design and the plan for the doodle tree that came with the bag. That product is available and still selling like crazy. And I did this design for the hook-along. And I did a full blast pattern that's a full size. It's called Perry County Christmas, with a tree like this and a bunch of kind of salt box houses around it. Very early American looking. And I did a fourth pattern called Merry Christmas Magdalena. Um, it has the tree, but has reindeer around it, more in her style. The reindeer are almost taking the place of the farm animals. So yeah, so that was one of those good uses of that 3:15 panic time, just kind of forcing your brain to shape it into something that's a bit more useful. So I was very happy. I was very happy that I woke up in the middle of the night on the night that I thought of this. I've been loving this. And hold on, I'm just concentrating for a second. And oh, Francesca, good luck with your. She's going to be great, isn't she? This is a long stint, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and I know you're going to be fantastic. We will look forward to seeing your work whenever the time is right. Just going to come around here, and I'm getting to the end underneath, so I'm being thoughtful about how and where I want that to end. There we go. That's where I want it to end. Got a weird angle going. I'll put it at a better angle for you again. All right, so now I'm thinking, I'll do like this. I've got it kind of off center, right, because I'm kind of focused right here right now. Now I'm thinking about colors again. I'm thinking about my stars. Um, you know what I didn't show you yet, and I should have showed you before the light went bad. I accidentally dyed this. This is 2-ply Briggs & Little. I accidentally dyed this I was at the end of the dye pots, and it was like I just can't bear to throw out pretty colors. So I threw it in like a raspberry color, and then I threw it in the forest green color, and it kind of made this. It's very hard to tell. I have to show it to you in better light. Really pretty. It looks very, very cool right now, but it's very rosy. It's really, really quite good, and I think it's going to be great for putting on the border of this piece. So I will do a video this week where I do, because this is thicker than when I did the crochet yarn. I'm actually going to take the border like this, because you can see I already drew out the border. I'm going to do like this and roll it forward and do a video where I just crochet around the corners. I'll do that later this week. Oh, Diane, I hope your family had a wonderful time on Friday putting up the tree at Mom's. We did. It was fun. It was fun. I have to say, it's such a morbid sentiment, but I have to say, as soon as my dad died, everything is less. Those times of year that, and it's been many, many years, but you can't help but think about it on those kinds of days. You know what I mean? Everything is like a little less fun because it's good to remember people and all that, but I just miss him, and I wish he was still here acting crazy, because he was always so difficult about the Christmas tree. He would always have to go into the other room, right? Because he didn't like things to be garish and tasteless and gaudy. And he'd usually go in the other room and have a cocktail. And then he would come out when we were done with the Christmas tree. And we would have the Christmas tree off, and we'd turn all the lights off in the room. And we'd say, sit down. And we'd get ready with the plug. And he'd sit down, close your eyes. And we would do drum roll, please. And put the switch on. And he would look at it, and he would inevitably go, well, I won't say completely what he said because it had a bad word in it, but he'd say, like, blank, blank, that looks like a Christmas tree. Joking, in a joking way, like, God, that's so gauche and tacky. And that was always his line at Christmas, when we were putting up the tree, not at Christmas, also at Christmas. But yeah, that was his big joke. And then it was like, who would put the angel on the tree, me or my sister? And if it was me, I'm like 7 years older than my sister, so it was a little bit harder on him lifting me up, to put the angel on the tree. But when it was my turn, he always did. He never complained about me being heavy, and always getting the angel up there on the tree was always fun. And then he would clap his hands together and he'd say, "What can I do you for?" And what that meant was, "I'm going to make cocktails. What would you like to have?" And sometimes he printed out a whole list of Christmas songs that everybody knew, and it was a menu. So it said, like, if you want, like, rum and coke, then you have to sing, "Deck the Halls," or if you want a Bloody Mary, then you sing Rudolph or whatever. But he would do different ones each year, and we have them all now, you know, and for the scrapbook and stuff. But it was so fun. He would say, "What can I do you for?" And then he'd pass out the menus, and then we'd have to start singing, and it was so funny. It really was so funny. It was good times, and now it's just still super fun because it's the holidays, and we love getting together, but it just gets harder and harder, I think. In a way, it's like, I guess this is nature at work. In a way, it's like, it's good to have the kids because it's different, and it's not so painful. The people who aren't here anymore, not just him, but everybody who's not here anymore in the family. And it's different now because the kids kind of, I don't want to say replace them, but you know what I mean. Um, yeah, things change. And if they didn't, it, I think, would be a lot more sad, more hard to, um, you know, enjoy the season. But yeah, it's always fun. I wish my kids were more interested. Let me get a better angle for you. I wish my kids were more interested in, let me steal this, hang on, decorating the Christmas tree. They did a little bit. They did a little bit. They were supposed to put the candy canes on, and I buy. They don't like mint, so we get all of the Skittles flavor and the Starburst and all that, and they are remarkably good. I have to say, they're delicious. But the kids eat like half the candy canes before they hit the tree, which is fine, because honestly, they're either going to eat them or they're going to break. Really, I mean, one or two out of three boxes makes it onto the tree intact, so it doesn't really matter. But they're not at an age or whatever where they're like, really interested in opening up the Christmas boxes and looking at the ornaments. I guess maybe I should be doing more stuff with them, like making our own ornaments and stuff. Maybe if we did more of that, they'd be more interested from year to year. to find their own ornaments. Now, it's funny that I just said that because when I said that out loud, I just realized something I never realized before. Because I went to Catholic school when I was growing up, everything was about, Christmas. And not everybody who went to my school was Catholic, right? We had a lot of friends who were Jewish and stuff who were in the classroom, but it was kind of structured around faith. And there was no problem. There's always the Christmas bazaar, the Christmas play, the Christmas everything. And that was never a conversation. So um, my kids don't go to private school, they go to public school, right? And it would not be appropriate for people to be very, very strong on Christmas when there's lots of different people of lots of different backgrounds who feel differently, think differently, believe differently in there, right? So that wouldn't make any sense and that wouldn't be the expectation. But I'm just realizing that probably is the very reason why we don't have Christmas ornaments that they make at school, because we don't, because they don't make them. So really, that comes down to me. We should maybe be making them at home, because once in a while, when we're opening up that ornament box, I pull out ones and I go, "Oh, look at it's little mama," and it's me, when I was their age. And then they do come because they are interested in seeing mama, and then they always laugh, right? Like it's so stupid. Like I look so stupid that it's funny. Ah, they're such cuties. Oh, I think. Oh, Kara, happy rug hooking day. Welcome. And Lisa says, my daughter never showed any interest in decorating the tree either. Yeah. Seems like a bummer. I always really loved decorating the tree. Maybe it's just different from person to person. I don't know. But I know I finished another star, so that's got to be good, right? Let's see where we're going. So I did another cranberry colored star over here. That's looking good. I'm going to do a lamb's tongue. I'm going to do a lamb's tongue. All right, so I'm going to come over here and I'm looking at the colors that I have. The one thing that, oh, Diane, I love the idea of your dad's drink menu and having to sing Christmas songs to associate. I love that too. I love that too. And inevitably, you would sing the wrong song and he'd give you the wrong drink and he'd make you drink it and then you'd have to have another one. Right? This is the kind of enabling we do in our French Canadian family. Super fun. So the only thing I want to think about in terms of my colors when I approach, let's do this lamb's tongue. When I approach the lamb's tongue, I have one thought in mind, right? And it's not even that important because I'm thinking what color and what order of the colors. Well, lamb's tongues essentially function as a hit or miss motif, right? It's whatever you put in there, you put in there, right? And some of them are more effective against and in contrast to the background than others, but really that's the point, right? If they're all perfect, perfect, matchy, matchy, right? It's not going to be as interesting. It's not going to look as spontaneous. It's not going to have that primitive, folky look, right? So I want to have some. This is a big lamb's tongue for this pattern, right? Because there's some big ones and some small ones. It's not the biggest one, but it is in a prominent place right up here next to the star. I do want this one to stand out, right? So I'm not going to do this bottom lamb's tongue like anything that's close in value to the color of the tree. I don't want it to be like bright yellow either because I don't want it to compete with the star. So I'm going to have to choose a color that I think is maybe kind of in between. I would even consider, for example, doing this lighter green, right? Because it is quite close to the tree. It would kind of transition you, but it would still be enough contrast. That is tempting, actually. I also have for myself, I had a few strands of this even lighter. I think I'm going to go for that. Or I could do, weirdly, this isn't green, it's purple, but it has a similar value to the green. Do you see what I mean? And even though this is purple and this is actually green, this one stands out better against the background. Now, does it have to stand out better? That's the whole point. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, right? The whole point is for it to look folky, but some of the key lamb's tongues should stand out a little better than others against the background, just so it pops. So for this one, I think I'm going to go for this one for now. I'm only going to do the tier here, right? Now, although I've drawn, I'm going to come here. Hold on one second while I concentrate, because what I'm doing right now is I'm figuring out with my hook which hole, which row that last loop was in. and it's this row, so I want to come back into this row. Um, I want to be really, really flush and even with the border. The borders, that matters a lot, right? So as I do this, hold on one second. My brain is working faster than my mouth. That's something, huh? Hold on one second. I'm just kind of sweeping around the edge. It's not going to be perfect. Some things I find for myself, I do better with speed. Sometimes when I overthink and I'm kind of doing a bit too much measuring in my head, doesn't work that well for the effect that I'm looking for. Sharp corners here. Come flying around the edge. Now, even though I have these big wide lamb's tongues drawn, it is absolutely your choice about whether you would like to fill in that whole first curve, meaning this. It is up to you whether you want to do this whole thing in the same color, or if you want to just do strip after strip after strip, more piecey. That's up to you. That's a design choice, and that is for only you to decide. I will say that for me, I'm going to do at least more than one row. And the reason for that, the reason that taste-wise I land on thicker lamb's tongues, is because of the general proportion of the piece. Folk pieces are clunky pieces, right? They're not fine filigree pieces, they're clunky. This is a picture of a clunky tree with some clunky stars. And for that reason, for me, I don't think it would match well to have lamb's tongues that are sort of very fine lines, like very fine, thin drawn lines. I think it would go too much in contrast with the clunkiness of the rest of the feel of this composition. You know what I mean? But that is a preference for me. And if you like the idea of putting as much color as possible, I'm struggling a little bit because I'm doing a turn, right? So I'm sometimes pulling out because I haven't got, as soon as I pull up, I can see I don't have the hole exactly the way that I want it. Hold on one second. Concentrating again because now I want to come back here, measure across. I just drag my hook across and it stays in the hollow. Oop, that didn't that time. Right here. So I want to be sure I land on the same hole so that my piece is squared. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, that's it. So I'll cut it right there. And I could always fool with the edges a little bit more if I feel it's not right. Hello, Lisa in Canada. Good to see you. Welcome. I'm just coming around here a second time. Now I only have a little stub left, but this is a bit silly, right? This is what I do, but this is a bit silly. I still have to do it. I use every piece. It's only going to make one loop, and if it doesn't, then I will give up, I promise. No, it's not even going to do one. So let go of that, and I'm going to put one more row here, because what I'm really trying to decide on is how many rows I want to fill in this first tier. How many rows, in my mind, look correct. I want it to look nice and big and clunky and full. I want it to have the same feel as the tree and the stars. But I also like color, so as soon as I can, I will want to change color. I know that about myself too. I love color, and I will want to change soon, but I just want to make this a nice, heavy lamb's tongue. I want it to have weight because this is a big, heavy tree, and these are big, fat stars. So I want my lamb's tongue to have some weight also. Why did I think I was going to? I always say this during hook-alongs. Why did I think I was going to finish this today? I'll probably stay on for another 20 minutes or so, only because I will get maybe a little bit more. We'll see how it goes. I will get tired eventually, and I do want to work on some orders. And before I left, I ended up picking up a couple of Teddy's friends and bringing them to the house so that they could hang out together with their day off. And I always like to do the driving because one of his friends, um, his mom, she's like a single mom. It's hard. It's got to be hard. It's got to be really hard. She works nights. It's just she's got a tough schedule. So I never would want her to feel like she would have to run around and be doing the driving and stuff. And the other mom is just busy. I think she works at least one job. She works at a store. She works at Kohl's. So I know this is a very busy time for her, and I know at that store they've been having some crazy late nights, right? With like the shopping days after Thanksgiving. Judy, good to see you. Happy rug hooking day, my love. Good to see you. It's nice to pop on and celebrate together. But even though I'm really, I'm plenty busy, I still, my life is such that I can control my schedule. So I feel like it would be ridiculous if I wasn't always, the one to say, let me come get them. I'll drop them off later. Because I know other people who don't work for themselves who have jobs, and it's hard. I can't imagine how hard it is. Um, I'm very, very fortunate to try this and to have this work as a business for me. So far, so good. Keep ordering stuff, right? Keep ordering stuff. I'll be here as long as there's business, as long as I can pay my bills and all that stuff. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to do what you love. I'm looking at this as it evolves, and I feel like I don't know, I'm having a hard time getting a good angle on this part for you. Maybe that's a bit better. I know you're probably looking at your pieces too, not just at my lamb's tongue. And I'm going to pull up one little tail in the middle. I can tell there's one more little spot right here. There. Pull that up. And let me see. Let's look at it and make an assessment. Let's see. Now, see, for me, that's still not thick enough. In terms of proportion, when I look at how thick these levels are, these shelves, that's still too thin. It's not like it has to match perfectly. If you did one or two and you think I like that, I'm ready for more color, I want it to be very zippy around the border, then you have to do that, right? You have to do it exactly the way that you envision it. Um, for me, I think I am going to go one more. It's going to bring me pretty close to the actual drawing, and I'm going to be careful yet again to come to the same line of hooking. I can tidy this up later with the border with the crochet, right? That'll be all nice and tidy. But I want to be sure that I am absolutely straight in line. I'm pretty good. I'm way better with your patterns about getting them perfectly squared than I am my own. With my own stuff, as you can see, I even forgot to do the circles, and I just do those, when I sit down. With your stuff, I tend to be really careful, right? Because it's business, and you bought it from me, and I appreciate it, and I'm not fooling around. But with my stuff, I tend to be a little more um, seat of the pants, and so I have to extra check myself when it comes to stuff like how sharp is my edge, right? That matters a lot. Oh, thanks, Diane. I'm glad that it's helpful because my head is constantly, just like my mouth, it's constantly working. That's the thing with getting up in the middle of the night and being so alert. It's hard to shut my brain off sometimes, but I find myself when I'm hooking, sitting here, constantly making decisions as I go. And I look at it as I go, and there are moments in every rug, every single rug. It happened to me late last night where and I was working on that Jane Austen rug. I don't know if you've seen the pattern yet. It's the three female figures inside a teacup, and it's a Jane Austen quote from Mansfield Park about tea. And they're like in a teacup that's like a boat, and there's like a little teacup next to them with a sail on it. It's a cute pattern. I don't have it up in the store yet. I was just experimenting with it because I hope to sell that pattern. So I want to hook at least part of it so that I can show it and say this is what it's going to look like. So I was working on that, and I literally had maybe 20 minutes last night after working on orders and stuff that I could concentrate and focus and actually, work on something. I like to try to do hooking, even if it's just 20 minutes or so, because it does help me meditate and reset and think. And um, yeah, it relaxes me a ton. So I got going on that, and as soon as I got going on that, it has a lot of paisley in it because if you've got the Jane Austen Advent Calendar, you have opened at least one day of paisley. And I've got the same three paisleys. That was a spoiler, sorry. So I'm using them for the three women's dresses in this teacup motif. That's how I'm using mine, just as an idea. So I was hooking the paisley and stuff, and I had hooked the back. I was hooking the background with pantyhose, and the paisley is kind of this tomato red color, and really tomato soup, right? Like really creamy red color, beautiful color. You can picture a paisley scarf, I'm sure, an old antique one. And that was the first dress that I did. I was doing it like that, and then I filled in that dress, and then I filled in the dress next to her, this next girl, and I had a different paisley that I don't think you've seen yet, but it's more of a black background. Still has the tomato color, but it's more of a black background, so a little bit different. Hold on, let me get this right. Just being real careful again about making sure it's even. Bless you. It's squared. Oh, you're all right? Jay fell in the woods the other day and he broke one of his ribs. And now when he sneezes, it's not funny. It's not funny, right? It's not funny. Um, yeah, it hurts a lot. And he makes all kinds of crazy noises, but it is not funny. All right. I have to keep telling myself that because sometimes it seems funny, but I know that it's not funny. So this looks right to me. Proportion wise, you see how that has the same kind of weight. I'm going to come back to the story on the paisley. You see how that has the same kind of weight as these. It doesn't have to be exact, but it's more of a contender. I'm a contender. Right? It's more, it's I feel it's better now. You have to decide whatever you choose is going to be right. But for me, this was right. And I'm going to go to my next color here. Now I'm going to go for the purple. And I'm going to put the purple here into the next tier. And however the drawn lines work out, um, I probably will follow the arch, right? More than worrying about the exact lines. Now that I've established the outer bow, I'll probably just do three and keep going, right? So let's see what happens. But as far as that paisley goes, right, I will get to the point in the end. I swear I'm kind of Garrison Keelering it sometimes. But I was working on the paisley. I got the second dress in, and I had that moment when I started to fill in the background with the pantyhose. The pantyhose were kind of a very cool. How to describe this color? Let me think. Purple, but very very blue, cool purple. Not like a grape. Not that dark. Um, Very hard to describe that color. I'll have to show it to you, but it's a very odd, cool purple. And so I started to fill in around the paisley, and it just didn't look right. Although I liked the colors next to each other, it just didn't look right. So I added some more different colors, and this is my point: is that there's a time in every project where you come to this weird two roads diverged in the yellow wood, and you're at this wacky crossroads and you hate both your choices, right? Do I keep going? I don't Should I change the dress? Should I change the background? I don't even like it anymore. I don't even want to work on it anymore. I hate it. It looks awful. I hate it. You know, that's where I was last night. And then when I got up this morning, I got up extra, extra, extra early so that I was alone for a little while. And I went back to it. And sometimes I have to actually destroy the piece, to be honest, and I don't work on it again. But this is Jane Austen month, and I'm trying to work on some projects that correspond with the Choose Your Own Adventure, and the second one's coming out tonight, by the way, um, and the Advent calendar and all that stuff. So I just worked it again with new eyes, and I put some different colors around. I mixed up the background a little bit more, and by the time I got another 15 minutes of work in on it, I loved it so much that it was hard to imagine that there ever was a moment when I considered setting it on fire. So yeah, so things change fast, and the reason I'm telling you that boring story is because while you're working on this, um, oh, hi, Becky. This is probably late. I sent the feed ahead of me. LOL, but thank you. Oh, the hook-a-longs are. Oh, well, it's still recorded. I'll be on for a little while longer, and it's recorded, so you can catch it all later. I know it's not exactly the same, but if you're, if anybody has a kit that hasn't come yet, I know the mail's congested right now since Black Friday and all that. You can come on later and watch me deciding what to do in what order. Although if you decide differently, you're still going to end up with a fabulous piece. Diane says, I have to say that you rug hooking and this rug hooking community have been such a blessing to me this year. Thank you, Deanna, for all that you do for us. Oh, Diane, thank you so much. It's great to fall into something new that you can get excited about. And it's nice when it happens at the right time. I know what you mean. It's nice when it happens at the right time. Sometimes we just need something. We're looking for something and you need something and you hope that you'll find something and we don't always find something. And when you do, it's the best. And if I have anything to do with that, then I'm very, very proud, and that makes me very happy that I took the time to do the whole thing, the company, the projects, everything, right? Because sometimes it's exhausting, but it's very nice to know that it is enjoyed and appreciated, and that it makes a mark in other people's lives. That has at least presents an opening, right? Doing videos and stuff like this at least presents an opening, so that people can jump in if they want to, when they want to. So thank you. And Sue's hello in Kansas. I love that little tree. Oh man, what day is today now? Today's Monday. Okay, sorry. I saw the tree and I thought, oh, this is a good day for putting up trees. But then I thought, no, this is a work day and a school day for many people. Now I'm starting to second guess myself here because I'm in the second round. No, I'm back. See, it's as quick as that. I was thinking maybe with this one it's too thick because it's a darker color. I had that fleeting thought, but no, I really think that I think this is the right width for my lamb's tongues. And again, we never judge on anything, particularly not lamb's tongues. So if you like the skinnier ones or you want lots of colors, like a rainbow that constantly changes, you should do that. That will also look fantastic, right? That will also look fantastic. Even though I teach composition, and even though I've been taught composition, I have really distinctly not strong feelings. I really feel like when you're working on any creative project, the number one main thing always is that you like what you're doing and you like the way it's coming out. And if you are not following the rules of composition, because I was talking about weight, and basically weight is the same as balance, right? So that's kind of a composition-y thing. Talking about balance, you know, that's the way that I was trained. That's the way that I was programmed. I bring that with me whether I mean to or not. But I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to have those thoughts. You go with your gut, right? You go with your gut. And really, composition be damned. It has to be this. Your projects have to be you, even when they're already drawn out like this one, right? You change it to however you want to change it. You might want no ornaments, right? You might want to just do concentric circles that go like this, right? Like what I'm doing with these all the way in, right? No ornaments. You might not want any of that. You might not want these lamb's tongues, right? You might want just more stars, or to put the year right over here, 2023, whatever, or 2023 on two different sides. You do it however you want to do it. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm just showing you how to hook, and I'm trying to show you my thought process a little bit so that you don't feel like such an anomaly when you're working on something and you think, why do I keep second guessing myself? Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Just want to make the point that everybody, oh, come on, everybody has those, has that kind of a process, right? Everybody, no matter how confident and how apt you are at doing this, we all have those same thoughts. We have to just keep checking in with ourselves and keep checking your piece. Now, did you notice how with that top tier here, I hooked right across, right? It's going to be easier, now that this is perfectly straight, right? It's going to be easier for me to fill in this little doodler right here than it would be if I did this like an arch and I had a whole bunch of tails along the top. Do you know what I mean? Now that I have a nice clean top, I'm going to have a few extra tails in here, but they're not going to be as noticeable as they would be if they were hanging off the top, because that really affects the cleanness of the border line. And borderline, and I'm not sure that I want to, I'm not sure what I want to do with the border yet. I have the idea of using that yarn to crochet, but I haven't started, so I can't be sure that I will do that. And as long as I'm not sure, I really want a very clean border, right? That's one thing that makes me crazy. If there's one area where I'm pretty technical, I really want the border to look tidy, because it really, a broken border, a messy border, really affects, for me, the way the whole composition looks. because it means you create a weak border, right? And a weak border, WEAK, a weak border, isn't very stable and doesn't hold your composition well, doesn't do justice to whatever is inside of it. So if you feel like, particularly if you're a beginner, and you feel like I'm not sure I've got a good border going, one thing you can always do is just do one row of hooking, nice clean row of hooking around the border, right? But usually, however you finished your rug, it's gonna resolve any messiness in your border, right? This is actually a bit messy here. I think I might be low. I might be a little bit low right there. We'll see. You know, oh, dang it. I think I am. We're going to have to see. Or else I'm a little bit too high here. It might be, I think I am. When I feel it with my hand, it comes down a little bit. Oh, shoot. See, for all of that, you know what the problem was? When I did this row, I was talking and I didn't um, measure it. But you know what I can do? You know what I can do, and you know what I am going to do to fix this, right? This is going to be probably the most useful part of this entire hook along. I'm going to take this row out because it was standing a little bit too tall because I put it in a hair too high. And I'm going to take the same strip and I'm just going to trim it a hair. Just a little bit. It was just a little bit of a problem, but it's enough of a problem that it's going to drive me nuts. And like I said, I'm technical with the border. That is the one area. I really want it to be flush and nice. Ironically, I love old houses, and the older the better. If the floors are so crooked that you feel like you've got vertigo just, finding your way to the bathroom, that's great for me. I love that. But I don't like that kind of asymmetry in my compositions. Not when I don't mean for it to be there. You see, I just took off just a little piece of angel hair pasta right here, and I'm back in like Flynn, right? Because in another scenario, if I didn't have a solution for that, right, that was confidence that I just demonstrated. If I didn't have a solution for that, that would make me angry, right? I could go off my rocker pretty easy with that kind of scenario. But bag of tricks, right? In my bag of tricks, I know in the back of my head, like I said earlier, you can trim the width of your strips. And you want to remember that stuff when you do stupid stuff like that. My mouth was running, and I didn't check. I did not check um, how level it was, and as a result, I did something that was not good. But we're back on track as quickly as that. Look at that. Look at that. Yep. And now I feel it with my hand, right? Not that that is like the all-time best gauge, but it feels great. It's nice and even now. So there is a solution for every problem. Sometimes you can't think of it in the moment because you're too angry, right? But there's a solution for everything. Maureen. Thanks, Deanna. I hooked along and began using some of the techniques and tips. Fantastic, Maureen. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Well, I'm going to be on for probably another 15 minutes. I think I'm probably going to do a couple of the balls, and then I'm going to log off too and get back home and think about the day. As far as the tree goes, just to resolve this conversation, I do like the way it looks like this. And I am going to continue mixing my whites for myself with the, hang on, where is he? The light yellow color. Yep, the light yellow color. And where are you? You're here. And the darker yellow color. You probably can't tell on the monitor, but these are distinctly different colors. I'm probably going to continue mixing these and do less and less white in this one and even less in this one, and be putting more of the yellow so it looks like it gets more yellow as I go down. That's my vision for that. What did I say I was going to do? I was going to do some circles. Let's do some circles. Let's do that. Now, I have to admit that I was thinking, hang on, maybe right in your something. All right. I have to admit, I was going to do this and I might yet do this. I have a large collection of covered buttons. They are so different than other buttons because really you only get covered buttons on clothing and stuff that it matches, right? It comes like in the inseam on the inside if you rip a button off. I have lots of things of covered buttons, and some of them are crazy mixed colors like this taffeta, some pinks, some greens, right? Some big 19 sort of 60s thing here, right? I mean, I just, whenever I see these in an antique store, if they're covered buttons, I grab them. Because I feel like they're unique. And I do have kind of a vision with this many buttons of putting buttons into the tree instead of, you see what I'm saying? All these covered buttons, because they're also fabric. And see, those would have to be bigger, so then I'd be going to the next tier. I have a lot. I have a lot. I mean, this isn't my only container. I have several in the other room too. Just like quillies, you'd have to kind of get the right size for the right button. But I'm just fooling around. I'm still going to hook a button, but that one's really big. I might have to hook that circle a bit better because that's just big. I don't know if it's meant to be that big. Yeah, that's not bad. That's still, I need to close that circle a little bit. It's really, and that's too big. But you see what I mean? The different, ooh, that one smells weird. Ooh, this is pretty. This is a really, oh, that's too much like the star. You know, that's kind of a chenille button. See all this button action happening? But, I mean, even with not covered buttons, right? That's a pretty red and white polka dot. Even with not colored buttons, you could really have something going on. You could make the circles different sizes too. I mean, I just drew those on right before the show. That's a pretty dirty one. I don't know if I'd use that, but I might. You know, and you could have different sizes even in different parts of the tree. It's not like they all have to be exactly the same size. Like lights or balls. Yeah, Rita, exactly. Well, that's a pretty one that has like a different color in it, right? Like lights or balls, absolutely. So that's something that you could think about as well. I don't. I do plan to do something with colored buttons, but I think I might do it on a different Magdalena project I have going. On this one, I think I might just kind of do the standard. Although I do think about possibly penny rug filling with the like the little penny circles, or so many Judy, so many surprises living in an old house. I got to read that comment, but you know, quillies, buttons, pennies. There's lots of things that you could do if you like the idea of doing something other than hooking the balls, right? If you want like a more three-dimensional, silver and gold buttons would also be fantastic for this, wouldn't they? You know, there's lots of things that you could do. I just want to read Judy's comment. How well I know the oil on one side of the pan quandary. The other day, my daughter pulled a cake out of the oven and cracked open when she saw and cracked up when she saw that it was an inch higher on one. Oh my God, that is extreme. I love that. That's the kind of house for me, Judy. That's I just have to be in an old house. I'm not in an old house now, and I have to be in an old house soon because it's driving me crazy. I love those kinds of scenarios. I'm just catching up on the comments. And Diane likes the button idea. So many surprises in old houses, and just being the steward of a house, you know, that meant something to someone else for many, many years. That's the thing, isn't it? Forgot what I was doing again. I'm going to fill in the holes. Good Lord. So, all right, let's see. I do have quite a lot of colors that I like, and it is going to continue to be hard. I'm pulling from the same colors as, you know, I was when I worked on my lamb's tongue. So I'm looking at those as possibilities. I'm just thinking about placement and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to go for him. Let's see. Now, you know, I know that you all have some brighter colors than me, and I'm thinking that's not a bad scenario right now. I don't have a lot of bright colors, but let's see. I think I'm going to do this one again. I do like this weird purple color. I'm just going to stick with you for a couple of these, filling in a couple of these balls because, for example, this one is, you can see this one's not a perfect circle. And I'm debating if I should get in there and shore it up a little bit. You can see the outline of it, right? So that's not ideal. And I feel like right here at the top, there's a bit of a weakness in terms of it not oh, you know what? I think, oh no. It's not closed enough. It's not circular enough. I think that top is the reason why it looks like an oval right there, you know? So let's see. I'm just going to come here. Yeah, I think that's better. And I'm just kind of closing up the top. Yeah, that's actually way better. And just, again, practice figuring it out as you go, sweep it around. Yeah, I like that better. And I don't know if you can tell on camera, but that's where is it? Um, that's way more of a circle. Oh, Diane, your house, Glory Be, turns 96 years old in 2024. Oh, that is fun. Lots of character, I bet. I think the house I'm in right now is, I think it's 19, I think it's 1922. I think it turned 100 last year. Um, Wish I made a bigger deal out of it. It is a nice house. It really, I have nothing, there's nothing wrong with it other than it's on a busy road. Mm, I'm telling you, that chai meal replacement thing is great. I'm still going to have a meal, but it's very, very tasty in the meantime. So let's come over here and, I'm just gonna go in and fill in a circle. It's not going to be a perfect circle. It is always difficult to make circles when you are a rug hooker, and it's just a question of, and beginners, this is like crazy abstract talk, and it's not very helpful. It's just a question of twisting underneath, right? Getting your twist, making a round, forcing the loop to make the turn in the way that you want it to. It's just practice. It's just practice. And really, if you end up with some clunky looking ornaments while you practice, come on, there's worse things, right? So you have some clunky ornaments and you're figuring out how to do circles. That's not a perfect circle, but that's probably as good as it's going to get. So let me see. I'm deciding where I should hide the tail. I want to bring the tail up maybe here. Could use a little more weight on this side. So I'm not really looking for perfect circles. If you've seen Magdalena's work, she doesn't have perfect circles on her prototype tree either. So it's not perfect, but just digging in there a little bit. Sorry. I'm working upside down. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is maybe a good conversation. Right here, this is a dental hygienist break, right? Right here, there's a little weakness, right? Am I only finding the weakness because I'm digging in with my sharp hook? Yes, but I can see that it's not a perfect circle. So I can either be at peace with it, and I would be at peace with it, and I kind of am at peace with it. But now that I detected like a little holiday there, I realized that if I can reshape it in reverse, right? I can kind of contour it with the background color. I did the ornament color. It's almost a perfect circle. I'm not looking for perfection, I promise. But I feel like if I fill that in a little bit more, it'll be even more of a perfect circle. So this is that magic quality of rug hooking where I am way happier with that. Let me probe a little bit more. I mean, I could do this all day, right? Just probing around. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty dang good. I'm plenty happy with that. I'm going to move on to another one of mine. I think we'll do one more ornament and then I might say goodnight. We'll have to see how it goes. Oh, I missed that. I'm just catching up on your comments. Kat Skyler said my mother is older than her house. She's 93. That is fantastic. Oh, that is fantastic. I love hearing that. I love it when people live to be a good and hopefully going strong. Going to add more to that number, right? I love to hear that. I like to think there's a lot more life left. It's so good, right? It's so good. How could it ever be long enough? Now this one might be not quite a square, but it is another choice of technique. You don't have to turn it as you go. No, I'm on a very small frame, right? And I do sell these small frames too. I sell them as window panes right now. I'm not sure if I have listed any. I should if I don't, because we do have small frames like this that are have a lap, but are also small. I don't use it often because it's a small frame, and it's aggravating because it's this one is a 10-inch square frame. But I have to say, when I'm doing small projects like this, it's very handy to have a very small lap frame in my mind, because what I just did, right? It turned into a lazy Susan, and I just spun it, um, and that was handy. I need to see it face up. And I think one more here. I'm going to pull it through for the tail. I think that'll be that for that one. One tool that you really do need is good sharp scissors. When your scissors aren't sharp, like I often use my kitchen scissors at home just because I'm lazy, and I can't find my scissors. I can't see them from where I'm sitting, so I just use whatever I can reach. It is so much harder, than when you're using good sharp scissors. So you can see my circles are not perfection, but they certainly have the feel, don't they? They're certainly giving that je ne sais quoi to this little piece, right? This is just a little rustic country piece. Lean back a little bit. I'm going to come back. I haven't seen you for ages. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Now it's not going to stay put. Okay, hold on a minute. I want to say goodbye to you too. Hold on. Gosh, here we go. Brute force. Brute force almost always works. All right, I think I'll log off in a minute. I mean, I would like to stay all night and work on this, but it might be that I have to take Teddy's buddy's friends home, and I should be thinking about dinner and stuff like that too. Man, let me take it off so we can look at it off the frame. I love working on this piece. So that's as far as I got. That's not very impressive. I normally work much faster than that, but it is a lot of fun. Let me show you the back. If you're a beginner, sometimes you want to know what the back looks like. For me, the back looks like this. So it looks different where I use the pantyhose, right? You can see there's even some places where I didn't pull up high enough, and I could have had a little more of that dark green. See what I mean? Like the pantyhose, pull up extra hard on them as you go because there's more material in the back, right? Make the back as flat as possible. Get as much material as you can up front there. Just lift it up that way. But I think we did good in terms of what we talked about. We did a lot with technique and we did a lot with conversation. I love working with the pantyhose. By way of recap, I love working with the pantyhose. It really is my favorite thing. There are so many. Pantyhose goes so far. It's crazy because we each had a bag like this, and it basically looked like that. But I've done, I would say, a good portion of the background. It hasn't even made a dent in my pantyhose. So very fun to work with. It go a lot of mileage with pantyhose. I like the tree idea like this. You can absolutely do all white if you want. That was the original vision. But now I'm liking it kind of changing color as it goes down. I gave, for you all, I said earlier, you had some bright colors in your kit. And by the time I put my kit together, I was in a tailspin. I was trying to get other people's stuff out. There's a lot of orders for Christmas stuff, like the Magdalena tote, and also advertising right now. The other Magdalena projects, I'm trying to get going on a project I have here for a rag rug tree I'm going to be making on camera soon. So I've been working on quite a few projects that are like for now. So I kind of forgot about planning my own Magdalena project, and I forgot to give myself a bright color. But in choosing the colors that I have, I've used pretty much all the colors that I gave myself so far. And while I love this good folky palette, I think what is coming into play is that classic rug hooking principle called DLDB, dark light, dull bright. I feel like I really need some brights for the ornaments, just a few, right? I think it's okay if the lamb's tongues are in this kind of the folky palette, like that kind of chalkware, salt box, country palette. But I feel like a few of the ornaments on the trees need to do the bright. And I probably will be scrounging around looking for some really, uh-oh, wait a minute. I think I spotted some really bright, yep, all right, here we go. Okay, wait a minute. I think I have to come back for one more minute and I just found a little bit of red. It's the wrong cut. It's much thinner. I'm okay. It's much thinner. Let me do one more ornament, and I think you're going to see what I mean. I feel like it needs a little bit of bright. I do like that. I do like the nice folky palette and all of that, but I feel like this piece will benefit from having a really nice bright color in it. And again, I just happened to see this over there where I could reach it, a bag of leftover bright red, Christmas red strips. So I think this is going to go really well. I'll probably be looking for other bright colors too, just because they're ornaments. And that's how I'm seeing a tree. It's just the way my dad saw it, really gaudy and gauche. Oh, blank, blank, blank. That looks like a Christmas tree, right? That's kind of how I want my Christmas tree to look. Let's see. Oh, yeah. You know when something just suddenly falls into place, right? Scales fall into place. It's just, yeah, perfect. It's going to be perfect. This is just what I needed. Dark, light, dull, bright. There's a reason why rug hookers have been saying that since the beginning of time, and artists for that matter. Just talking about value, dark and light. Obviously, it's good to have both of those in a composition because um, contrast. Dull, right? You need some stuff to be neutral so it falls to the background. It still carries a lot of weight. It sort of harmonizes or tunes like an auto tune in music. It tunes the whole piece. But you can't have, if you have too much of it, then maybe the piece lacks interest in terms of the colors. And bright is important too. When your piece is very, very bright, it's like it's a pop art piece. It's a really 1960s kind of a palette. It's bright. It's bright, bright, bright. It's maybe neon bright. Sometimes too much bright is too much. The sort of ideal with composition in general, with many exceptions, is dark, light, dull, bright. And when you have all four together, um, you tend to have color success. For example, think about Egyptian art and the dark and the light, right? There's lots of dark colors. There's lots of very brooding, extreme dark colors. There's lots of light, sunny colors. There's lots of dull clay colors and olive greeny. And then there's lots of bright colors like bright, bright, bright turquoise, bright blue, like like a blue stone, like whatever that gemstone is that's blue. Not gemstone, but stone, you know what I mean? And coral, right? There's lots of brights. Well, palettes like that have long lasted. They are enduring because DLDB, they got it right. And they might not have known why it worked, but there's a reason why people still love that color palette. I think that was it. That's what I meant to do. You see what I mean? So yeah, it's gonna need, my tree is gonna need a little bit more bright. So I'm gonna have to add a little bit more of those bright colors that you have in your kit to my project too, because I think without it, it might be a little bit drab. And while I sometimes love that for primitive pieces, I still am thinking about this as like a Christmas piece that I want to hang up at Christmas time. So I do want it to have a little bit of the fa la 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 and not so much of the, but I do love folky colors too, Diane. I really do. I'm real happy with it. I like the way it's looking. I like the variation on the tree. I'm going to keep going strong with my lamb's tongues, right? And I'm probably going to keep the lamb's tongues, the more folky, subdued colors. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I will finish it eventually. I've got to work on work stuff and I've got to get your orders out for now. And probably by next Christmas, this will be done. You never know. I might get some crazy window of time. Kim says, thanks for being here with us, Deanna. Always love your live. Just can't rarely get on. I know with the time thing, it's tough. I've just offered to teach rug making with Aboriginal artists and non Aboriginals. That's amazing. Kim, tell me if you need anything. Tell me if you need anything. Oh, sorry, that's not a good view. There we go. Um, that's amazing. I'm so glad that you're doing that because rag rugs is a thing, but hooking not so much of a thing in Australia. So it'd be great that you're doing that and kind of spreading the word. Somebody joined our group from Israel today, right? It's like incredible the reach. There was a time um, and bought a hook. There was a time when, about 2 months ago, when there was something like 200 to 300 people in Russia who joined the YouTube channel as subscribers. And I can see that because I can see the data in the YouTube channel. I can see it on my panel, like who's joining from where. And it was an incredible concentration. So I knew for sure somebody in Russia had done an article about me or the channel or something. And I didn't know about it, but the result was that it brought like all of these Russian viewers. Very happy that this craft is reaching out around the world, right? Because this is a North American craft for sure. And it's great to share it. It's great to give it legs. It's great for everybody to be able to make tapestries with this tiny instrument instead of a giant loom, right? With a bunch of people. Just this, and you get a tapestry of any size that you want. That's magic, right? Doing it isn't magic, but just the idea of what you can accomplish with a simple thrift craft like this, and that you can use all the junk that you find around you. I'll tell you, the shirt is in line, right? If you could see all of it, you would know what I mean. This is good. This can be one of the next things to make its way into a composition. It's fun to be able to use the stuff that's around you. Let me check one more time to make sure that I'm not missing any comments. Um, oh, good, Rita. I'm so glad you have fun working on it. Yours is going to be amazing. That'll be the one that we show on the website, right? I don't really need to finish mine. Yours is going to be amazing. And Lisa says, thank you. Oh, you're so welcome, Dawn. You are so welcome. Everybody, I'm so glad that you were here with me. Happy rug hooking day. If I didn't have children, I'd stay on for another 4 hours. um, but it's been a great day. And I hope that you keep going with your piece. I hope you don't get discouraged if you hit any weird speed bumps, right? Just blow right over. That's the best thing to do when you see a speed bump coming. Just hit the gas. Just kidding. Just kidding. But I will see you. What is today? Monday. So I will be back with you on Wednesday. Oh, Kim says we were asked for ideas to bring the communities together, and I instantly thought of rug cooking. I think that's amazing because you could also do like large community piece, right? You could absolutely. It would work better with punch, right? Because you need to put your arm around the back. But I have seen, like in books from the 60s, 70s, people working together on a community project with punches. Um, Also possible. Just a thought. Or doing small pieces, and if it's like a community project, you could always piece them together. Or like the Barishwat Church, a bunch of different pillows for like one space. So many things. But I think it's an amazing thing to bring the community together. In fact, I was just saying to my friend Venezia, she was one of the other moms. She formed the special education PTA here. And then later I was one of the presidents of the special education PTA for my son Teddy. She formed it. She's like PhD, awesome, right? And I was talking to her, and she said, "Oh, my sister's looking for one of those Stitch and Bitch groups." And I said, "Well, that's not exactly what I do, but I could show her rug hooking, or if she wants to crochet, I could show her crochet or something else. But I'm going to show her how to do it. She sounds like an amazing person. Her name is Ravenna." So I said to my friend Venezia, like, did your parents like Italy by any chance? So hopefully we get together this week. She sounds amazing. She is a cellist. Sounds great, right? So I thought, okay, good. I'm going to try to put something together in my community again because it's been since before COVID that I did like an in-person thing in the community. So I thought, oh, it'd be fun to get a group going again, a local group where we can meet every week at the video store. We still have a video store. It's also a bar and a coffee bar. But yeah, it's good to bring the community together. It's good to bring people in at entry level with inexpensive supplies. Just get the creativity going, right? And then everybody will in turn evolve like their personal projects and their own art to whatever extent but fate has in store. um, and it's great that there's variety and difference, and it's certainly accessible to everybody, right? Everybody. You're good with punch too. Yeah, I've seen that in 70s era books, like everybody punching a lot with the shuttle punches, but also regular punches, and now with the traditional punches. Like the Oxford style punches, those are great. And I sell not Oxfords, but I sell a much less expensive brand. And if you wanted a lot of those, or even like 10 of those, send me an email. I know it's like shipping would kill it anyway. But I can always, if you're ever teaching anybody, let me know, and I can tell you who I wholesale with, because not all the people who I wholesale with. I mean, I have a tax ID number, but a lot of the people don't require a tax ID number who I wholesale with. So if you're ever wondering about doing stuff in your community with the library or historical society, or going into different neighborhoods and getting people involved, you can always reach out and ask me if I have ideas for how to very cheaply get supplies that'll be great and be perfect for what you mean to do. That's always something that I'll answer right away. Yeah, whenever the time is right, I'm here. At least I can give you some good ideas. All right, my loves. I think I'm gonna hit it. You're giving a revival. I hope so, Diane. I hope so. That is my dream. And when I'm really alone and in the middle of the night, I think, oh, you're doing really well. You're killing it at this. And then I wake up and I think, oh, I'm so tired. But thank you. I feel like it's going well, and a lot of people are coming to the the craft with us. All right, I think I'm caught up. Hey, I will see you on Wednesday for a. You know what I think I'll do on Wednesday? I think I'll do a show on Remy Levesque from the Bereshwa Church. I bought that book that he put out of the USA 50. All the pillows at the Bereshwa Church in Nova Scotia. I received the book in the mail. I got it from him, and I received it in the mail. So maybe we'll look at that together on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, gallery night. Right, Thursday, because I'm away this weekend again. I'm sorry, the holidays. I'm not going to be around on Friday. I'm going to be with the family again. So sorry about that, but I will run gallery night on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've got lots of images, but if you have more for me, I'll take them. We will use them. We will enjoy them. I will see you Wednesday and Thursday of this week. In the meantime, check out the website. There's lots of great products there. I would love to send some more stuff out. I'm getting caught up with my orders. That's not good. I need to send out more orders. Diane, I'm getting the tail end of your stuff dyed. I put out a new class, Design Like Alphonse Mucha, the Art Nouveau Mucha with all of the beautiful maidens and the blooming flowers, right? All of that beauty Mucha. So that is the next design. Like, I haven't advertised yet, but it is on the website. I will see you Wednesday for more fun. Good luck, everybody. And you know where to find me at ribboncandyhooking@gmail.com.